Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Unmute the microphone. Success! Thank you, Skeet. How is everyone? Welcome. As I was saying to the non-existent audience, I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Because if it was Saturday, I should be at work. There might be a Saturday morning stream tomorrow, Saturday afternoon, because I've been rostered on tomorrow night. So much for the 3 streams this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now,
but today's Friday.
It is Friday today. How are you, Ninja? So the Ninja who is here.
I got some of my friends to tag along.
They're all getting a bit crazy because the Ninja has some of her friends that were all playing games together. You know, they're talking and playing games, and so some of them are in the chat. So.
It's just Nicole. My friends are watching my...
It's just Nicole, is it?
My friends are watching me live stream.
Are you live streaming my live?
No, I'm like sharing the live with them so they can see it. I'm living myself.
GC can't get enough damn slams. They've been
we have an echo tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know. I haven't seen anything yet that says echo, 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 echo. Is there an echo? Jason the Borussia legend, resubscribing over there on Twitch with that Bezos money. Oh no, there's still an echo. There's still an echo. I'm never going to get rid of that freaking echo, man. I don't remember what I did last time to get rid of the echo. The plan for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, echo times 2. The plan for tonight, we're basically going off on an adventure to do some of these Rayari missions. And seeing if we can find a whole bunch of these, you know, sunset berries and proto stuff. And I don't know if we'll do the whole mining hole thing, the Hathor missions. I don't know anything about them. I guess we might explore it. We'll discover. Crouch, if you'd like to like to see the whole, let me know, the mining hole thing. All right, well, we might get into some of that. But before we do, you know how we start every stream here at After Dark?
Well, actually, start with...
No, well, I start with... Well, I'm sorry about that. Do you want to do it?
What?
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, can I do it?
Yeah, you do it.
Wait, I didn't know.
All right, here you go. Huh?
I don't know what to do.
Well, why did you say you want to do it then? All right, well, you need to learn it. You need to watch the stream. You need to understand the spiel.
Wow. What's a Tim Tam? A Tim Tam.
What is a Tim Tam, ladies and gentlemen? This is how we start every stream here at Crouch After Dark with a good old Tim Tam Slam, ladies and gentlemen. It is a delicious chocolate biscuit. Today we have the family pack. Oh my God, what happened to all the Tim Tams?
Me.
It is. You.
They're almost...
It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. Then it's all wrapped up in more chocolate. We're going to use this chocolate biscuit, would you believe it, like a straw. We're going to properly prepare this biscuit to act in such way as said straw. We're going to slurp up our favorite hot drink. In my case, I have a delicious hot chocolate here. In your case, it could be something entirely different. It could be a hot tea, a hot coffee.
I saw a Tim Tam the other day.
What sort of hot drink would you recommend?
It depends on what. So I'm hearing with it in my headphones. It depends on what time it is. If it's morning, if it's late at night, it's like milk. If it's like in the
She's too distracted by her friends talking to her in her ear. We're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit and allow it to act like said straw. That's going to give us a little flavour taste.
Guys, today's a special stream. I'm taking the whole packet of Tim Tams.
With the biscuit properly prepared, we can now partake of our favourite beverage.
Actually, yeah, use hot water. Oh, my friend's watching you.
It's going to melt the inside of that biscuit, turn everything into a gooey, delicious mess. Oh my God, we can shove it in our cake hole.
And then I did in the hole. Anyways, now I'm taking a couple of Tams. What, one more?
Yeah.
I almost dropped the pack of Tim Tams.
Get out of here. So we're going to pick up some of these Rayari missions. Go collect some stuff. We might hunt some more Copion. The Karenite, which as I understand we can only get from the Hathor missions. We may or may not
I'll reveal your true form.
My true form. Sunday we have an episode of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Hello. Oh, hello! We've got double cameras going on. I'm not entirely sure what Charlotte's doing.
Wait, can I do something, Sam?
Yeah, here you go.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna do something, Sam.
JP, my friend, joining us on YouTube. How are you? You're going to be doing some rock mining or some geo mining. Maybe today we'll see. Maybe we'll see. That biscuit's going to fall apart. Just shove the whole thing in your mouth. You drip it all into my hot chocolate. You foul beast. You foul beast. Get out of here. That Cookie Monster. All right, let's jump in. Let's get some music on. She dipped it. I know. Pro stress backlash. Let's go. All right, so the plan basically, I'm not sure about the music. We might readjust the music. She was blowing through that Tim Tam. Man,
Did you see the comment before that?
you're out of control. So we are aboard the good old Queen Charlotte,
Me!
the Anvil Carrick. For the expedition today, I was trying to load it up with a Pisces and a rock and stuff, and I had all that prepped before the stream, and it was all sitting around the edges of the hangar, waiting for me to bring... Nah, we've got to get rid of this music. It was the happy playlist, by the way, on Epidemic Sound, and it's way too happy. It's just way too happy. Yeah, here we go. We're going into the suspense. Oh, bit of crackly violin. Let's go. Ethel how are you, my friend? I'm running the Solar Carrick. What's going on? We can't hear the music?
But why?
We are streaming out. The desktop sounds on... Here we go. All the audio issues. That's why we come here to After Dark, for that pro streamer vibe, ladies and gentlemen. That pro streamer vibe. Let's go. Well, I'm glad you didn't hear that happy music because it was utterly disappointing. Yes, we're in the Carrick. Ethindelval. We're going to solo the Carrick. You know, it's just a good exploration ship, and that's part of what we're doing today. Just exploring around, basically. We're going to have a chat about some Life Uncharted stuff with everyone's favourite Logan, the Ginger King. I have noticed that some ships won't allow you to use the hotkey to fire the ship up. You got to find the buttons. I love it. I love it. Anger request completed. Let's go. Yeah, so we'll take the Queen Charlotte for a mission. As I said, I was hoping to have her all kitted out with some vehicles and whatnot, but after I tried to retrieve the Carrack, all the ships and the vehicles that I had positioned around the edges of the hangar all disappeared, which was frustrating. So we're taking the Carrack completely bare. We might stop off. We're going to go to a whole bunch of different moons and stuff to try and find some harvestables. Atreyu?
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Right, so let's jump into our contracts. I have already now gone ahead and unlocked all of the Rayari missions. Actually, there's a fantastic spot on Microtech that I found after work the other night. I came home, put some Star Citizen on, I went to New Babbage, and I just pointed in a direction and I just flew under main thrusters. I'm not entirely sure how long, because I know at some point I fell asleep in my chair. But long story short, I found this wonderful place that has maybe 5 or 6 herds of Copion, and they range from either 4 Copion up to, I think the largest herd was 7, all within just a very short hop from each other, a couple of kilometers apart. Junkyard in space, my friend, joining us on Twitch. How are you? So have you traded in the rock for the Geo? No, we had an episode last week with the Atlas Geo. It's a wonderful, wonderful vehicle, and I do like it. It has a couple of issues, which I'm not sure are issues that I have, or they're holistically, involving the Geo, specifically around the Geo pods and using the boxes and stuff. But no, I think when I go out rock mining now, I think I'll take both the rock and the Geo. I've done a little bit of surveying now of several different moons. I've found some Beridom, but it does look like Fameline is the gem that we want to look for. It's selling for 357 credits per gem. The Beridom, I think, was somewhere around the 150 mark, and the Glacocyte at the low 100 range. So the Beridom, which I was hoping would be like rare and worth more, it doesn't seem to be the case. So the plan tonight is basically to go around and try and find some of this stuff. But the Marek gems, we'll go kill ourselves some birds. Tundra Copian horns, we might go collect some of those. Out of the woods. So all of these things that we used to spend so long on Argo's account looking for, are apparently harvestable. So we're going to have a look. You would have gotten a Geo junkyard if they weren't selfish and kept it off the CCU market. Man, I don't understand anything about the CCU chains and all that sort of stuff. It's crazy talk. Papa Zuzu joining us on Twitch 07s, my friend. How are you? So let's take this one here, Heart of the Woods, right? We'll accept this one. Go have a look in our journal, right? And here, Forager's Guide to Stanton. Heart of the Woods. This reddish-brown mushroom-like fungus can be found in cold climates on and around Microtech. Okay, so we can go find some Copions while we're there, where it grows on trees and decaying logs. Prized by Epicureans for its complex taste, the Heart of the Woods has yet to be commercially cultivated and can thus fetch a high price in the right markets. It should be noted that the mushroom is mildly toxic until it is fully cooked, so it should never be eaten raw. And then at the bottom of this, it gives us a little bit of information about the different places, Stanton 1, Stanton 2. So we're looking for Heart of the Woods, right? So we can skim through here. So Dengius route. So apparently, Ariel, we can go and find ourselves some Valakar. Deserts of Ariel, Stanton 1A. While the Degnius route and Prota grow on Ariel, we advise caution when moving about this moon's deserts, as even vibrations from an Atlas suit can attract a Valakar. The defunct Hathor group notoriously abandoned several mining facilities in the area because operating their equipment summoned Valakars in significant numbers. So I guess we could go to Ariel and have a look. Degnius roots and Protar on Daemar. Deserts of Walla. While refilling your oxygen, take a moment to look around for evidence of stone bugs. Okay, so I think Calliope, Heart of the Woods. So Calliope is good for Glacocyte. I didn't find anything except Glacocyte on Calliope. Cleo, on the other hand, Cleo has deposits of Beridom and Glacocyte. I didn't find Fane Malign on either of these moons. Alright, so we might head up to Calliope. We'll head up to Microtech. Set a course for Calliope.
Acknowledged.
They have everything else that you can CCU to, but they've kept the Atlas off the CCU market, making you pay either fresh money or selling something and using credit. No upgrades. Very greedy. Well, you know, businesses are in business to make cash buck dollary-doos. We'll head up to Calliope, see if we can go find some of these Heart of the Woods. Because this is one thing I'm super excited about as this continues to evolve and progress, is the whole collecting and harvesting and finding stuff. You know, I've spoken about this so many times before. It is my favorite type of gameplay in any MMO that I've played. Just collecting and collecting and collecting all the different herbs and plants and minerals and all that sort of stuff. So as the game moves further in its development and we do end up with these thousands of points of interest they spoke about at CitizenCon last year, then you know, I'm hoping that we can spend a reasonable amount of time on a specific planet or on a specific moon and just adventure between settlements and find all of this stuff that we're going to need for the crafting system as it comes into play. I'm very, very excited. So we're going to head up to Calliope, go see if we can find some of these Heart of the Woods. Let's get that journal back open and have a proper read of the entry. Let's just double check. That is what we're looking for, right? Yeah, Heart of the Woods. And the last entry down the bottom here, the Tundras of Calliope. Curiously, the notoriously difficult to cultivate Heart of the Woods has managed to take root on this moon. Degnius roots also grow there in case you're in the market for amino acids. JP, you wonder when the BLD will be available? Apparently, the monthly report said the TAC has just gone into final... What did they say? Official news. AI Tech, Art and Ships. Here we go. In March, the UK-based vehicle content team completed the Drake Golem mining ship and the Argo Atlas Geo mining power suit. The MISC Starlance attack moved into the final development phase, while the consolidated outline Pioneer progressed through white box. So final development phase for the TAC. So the BLD, I suppose, at some stage, maybe towards the end of the year. While the consolidated outline Pioneer progressed through White Box, benefiting from the additional concept work shown during a recent episode of Star Citizen Live, an unannounced vehicle successfully passed Grey Box review and moved into the Load Zero phase. Two other vehicles received a bug fixing pass and final content work ahead of their release, and another new ship is currently being prepared for its Grey Box gate review. The North America-based team progressed with two upcoming RSI ships. The first, the Apollo, successfully passed its White Box review gate and moved into Grey Box with support from the concept team on the medical room design. Some aspects progressed significantly due to utilization of the extensive RSI kit created for the Zeus and Polaris II. The RSI Perseus passed its White Box review at the start of March. Like the Apollo, some areas progressed visually thanks to the RSI kit. What's my take? 350, is that's for the Apollo? Look, I don't know. It seems expensive. Like all of the Star Citizen ships just seem to be progressively getting more and more expensive, even during the concept period. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Apollo, coming out at, even higher. For the BLD, look, anything that's got anything to do with building or construction or crafting is going to have that premium added onto it, right? I think it's expensive. I mean, I probably will get one simply because I missed out on the Pioneer, and there's no way I'm paying $950 for the Pioneer. And I do like the Star Lancer series. I like those shits. The little card thing for small bases should be cheap. Yes, 100%. 100%. That'll be cheap. But anything that's ship-based that has the ability to construct stuff, excuse me, is always going to have that premium tagged onto it. Yeah, if you get into basic crafting, the little grav cart, that's going to be accessible to everybody at a relatively affordable price, both in-game or on the web store. I don't know if you need to buy it on the web store, who knows. Alright, here we are, Calliope. Let's go hunting. And no idea what we're looking for. I guess we're looking for some sort of trees, right? Who the hell knows, man? So when I was doing some surveying here earlier in the week, there only seemed to be Glaukosite here on Calliope. Now, who knows how long it's going to take us to go hunting around. I'm pretty sure we can't scan for anything. This is part of the reason why I wanted to try and bring the rock along, so that we could, hopefully do a little bit of mining along the way. But we'll probably pick one up when we get to some sort of outpost or something. We'll get one from a vehicle pad at an outpost, chuck it in the hangar. I wonder if we can get the Atlas too. That'd be amazing. Calliope has this really dense fog. Sometimes it clears, but like a little bit like Aberdeen. It's like flying through soup. Alright, so I guess we just need to set down somewhere. Set my spawn to the ship. That's a great idea. I think they said that the small base building pod will fit in the cutter, JP. So I believe it would be close to the same price, yeah. Yeah, and reset my hydration. Yeah, we need to jump in the med bed. This is part of the reason why I brought the Queen Charlotte. Now, apparently there's supposed to be some sort of trees or something that we can harvest, right? I'm not seeing a great deal of trees. really am looking forward to the day when we can spend time on the surface, just driving around. Let's sit down and see what is out here. I don't hold out much hope for anything where we are. This could take some time. Who knows, man? Who knows? The mission is worth 69 grand. And much like the Tundra Copions, I guess once you find a good spot, you can get back there pretty easily. We'll go to that Tundra Copion spot to go get some Copions. If the little Val, you're expecting the small base cart to be like 200k in game, so I don't think having one will be too hard. Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be too expensive. You know, they want people to be able to build bases and to be able to collect resources and trade and all that sort of stuff. So, all right, let's stick a helmet on because I'm pretty sure we don't have one. Alt H. There we go. That's me helmet. Let's jump in the med bed real quick. I absolutely love this ship. Love this ship. And now that it's got a couple of pilot-controlled weapons, there's the small turret on the top, at least it's got some sort of guns that the pilot can control.
No time to panic!
This is no time to panic. Let's hit our spawn. Regen aboard the Carrack, please. Thank you. Just jump into bed just to heal ourselves all up. Yeah, you reckon when base building comes, JP, we're going to have free time while it's being built by the drones? Yeah, exactly. Bush bashing, here we come. Well, I mean, the whole point is to have the drones build your base while you're out looking for supplies to come back and feed the drones so that they can keep building, right? Making sure that you're keeping them topped up with their supplies that they need to manufacture. All right, 14 Heart of the Woods. Now, our diary entry or our journal entry did say that we can find these here at Calliope, right? We have landed in the middle of nowhere. We're just going to go outside and have a bit of a look around. In our journal. The very on Calliope, curiously, notoriously difficult to cultivate Heart of the Woods has managed to take root on this moon. Degnious roots also grow there. So, I'm not sure if we're going to have to find some sort of cave here on Calliope, or if this is a surface, you know, item that we can find. And I'm hoping that when the Carrack gets its final goal pass and everything is working properly, it has an elevator that goes down to the ground. What are these little shrubberies? A shrubbery? A shrubbery. So I have no idea what this stuff looks like, right? Because I've never harvested. It's called Calliope. Well, I'm going to call it Calliope, man. You can call salad whatever you want to call salad. I'm going to call it Calliope. I don't think that this is going to be some sort of true. This is why I had the bloody vehicles and everything set up, man. I was concerned that, you know, things were... Because I've heard, and it's happened to us before, when we have vehicles and stuff around the perimeter of the hangar and you spawn a ship, all of that stuff gets stored when it retrieves the new ship. And I was concerned that was going to happen. And then I was like, no, everything's far enough away, it should be fine. And I was facing the terminal and I was like, retrieve the Carrack. And then I looked up and everything was gone. So there are apparently YouTube videos on how to find all of these harvestables and collectibles and stuff now. See, this is all the stuff that I'm super excited to find in the game, right? Like, here's some little patch of something, right? Now, in, like, if I think back to, like, Neverwinter Nights, like, this would have been like a little patch of gold. And you'd be like, oh, yeah, cool. You hack out that little patch of gold, and then that's it. And then you keep running around going, you know, what else can I find around here? And I hear some weird plant, right? Pick that plant, and then you keep going, and you're running around, and, you know, 20 seconds later, oh, you know, I hear something else. Let's grab that. And then you just spend an hour or two running around just collecting random stuff. And then you sit down and, oh, here's a bit of titanium. And, you know, and then you'd go, what do I have? And what can I make from what I have? And if I can't make anything, what do I need to go find? So I'm hoping that we get that sort of level of resource collection at some stage where I can spend an hour running around anywhere and find all different sorts of random stuff. Stuff that has to be extracted, mined, you know. I want to see what this white rock over here is. What is this? It's obviously something. It wasn't showing up on the scanner as an ore, but it's clearly something is in there. Who knows? Some new mineral? Ice? Do you think it's ice? It didn't show up on the scanner as a mineable. It's quite cold here, minus 80 degrees. Does Calliope have a safe environment? Apparently. Really? Yeah. We can breathe here. .35 of a G. But it's safe. So like I said, in terms of rock mining, I've never found anything on Calliope. Spent about an hour, maybe a little over here the other day. I was thinking I might do like a survey stream where we just fly around, spend like half an hour, 40 minutes, an hour, flying around different stations, different moons or planets. And just doing a basic survey of the area. At that stage I was looking for Beridom because I was like, oh man, I haven't found any Beridom yet. Maybe it's going to be like more valuable than Fainmaline. But it doth not be the case. Mabutu, how are you, my friend? Does this mean you can no longer buy Degnius route at stations like Pyro Gateway anymore? No, I'm assuming you probably can. I'm assuming you can. I've never bought any. Do you buy like a 1 SCU box? Or can you buy like 20 pieces? Oh, this is another thing that we need to keep in mind. When we're doing these Rayari missions, you need to have some sort of box. A 1/8 SCU box, or like I've got the 2 SCU boxes. Because when you deposit these harvestables into the freight elevator, you need to have a box to be able to transfer them, just like we do with gems. Metaphysical, my friend, the crafty and curious crouch. 07's my friend. All right, let's have a look. So that rock that we just went and explored is directly in front of us, and it's not coming up as a on the scanner, right? This rock here. So it's not coming up on the scanner as an ore, but it clearly is something. You know, it's clearly got, you know, some sort of mineral or something in there. Right. Now, I'm not entirely sure what to do because other than you would just have just a general fly around, because when I was up here the other day on my surveying mission for, you know, minerals, I didn't find any trees or anything. It was part of your old holding trade route. You bought it for the leg between Pyro and Terra Gateway, and an M2 was 100k profit. I'm assuming you'd still be able to buy it. I don't know why they would have removed it. You know, we're looking for tiny volumes here. We're after 14 Heart of the Woods. So, you know, it's not a commodity that Rayari is looking for in bulk. They obviously, you know, require this for some experimentation or something like that. And so they only need a couple of pieces. You know, we're not delivering 14 SCU. We're delivering 14 pieces. So these are all the sorts of things that Argo would be finding at outposts and all that sort of stuff in the loot crates. But the journal leads me to believe that we can harvest these things or collect them. Now, it probably makes more sense to just go buy stuff, right? Like if we can buy 14 units of Heart of the Woods, then, you know, why wouldn't you? Especially, you know, you're going to hand these in and the mission's going to pay us 69k. You know, why would you not do that? But the Curious Crouch and the Loot Gremlin and the Hoarder and the Collector of Things says if I can find these, if these things can be harvested or collected, or then I'm very interested in doing that. Obviously, we're a long way away from, you know, this sort of resource collection on a grand scale. Like I was talking about, but it's nice to see that there's been some progress. So I'm not seeing any trees or anything. What are those two little purple things over there? I'm not seeing anything. Maybe let's go up into the... Oh god, I forget how big this ship is. We gotta remember how big the ship is. Let's go up into the Winter Wonderland. Maybe you can loot from a station, or rather an outpost. Yeah, we might have to do that. We might have to do that. I mean, it does say that the Degnius route is available here as well. And a couple of markers up ahead. But I'm wondering if we're going to have to find some sort of cave or something here. If that's what they're referring to, you know, being able to find Heart of the Woods and Degnius route here on Calliope. Is it going to be in some sort of cave? Did we just randomly come across an outpost? Yes! This is what I want so bad. Like this sort of stuff. Flying around and, you know, coming across outposts and places and, you know... Obviously we did quantum probably to this location, then we dropped out. I mean, flew in a different direction, but somehow we've ended up coming back here. But being able to come across an outpost or a settlement or something like that every half an hour or so. You know, given that, you know, we're on Calliope, right? Let's have a quick look. On the old Calliope, there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe a dozen settlements here on Calliope. Imagine when there's 300. One here, everywhere. So you just get fly around. Motherfucker, my friend, how are you? Yeah, there's supposed to be thousands of points of interest on some planets post 1.0. Exactly. You know, if we talk about what they were talking about in terms of the sectors that they discussed at CitizenCon last year, you know, that this sector could be part of a much wider sector or region. Okay, so... the fact that there's absolutely zero trees or anything around. The journal doesn't give us a great deal of information. Out of the woods, this reddish-brown mushroom-like fungus can be found in cold climates on and around Microtech, where it grows on trees and decaying logs. Okay, so in cold climates, on and around Microtech, so we're obviously here at Calliope, in the descriptions down the bottom here, where it talks about Calliope, tundras of Calliope. Curiously, the notoriously difficult to cultivate heart of the woods has managed to take root on this moon. Degnius roots also grow there in case you're in the market for amino acids. So let's have a look at Degnius roots. A type of macroalgae that has acclimated to much of the Stanton system. The Degnius root is originally from Terra 3, where it grows in abundance along shallow coastlines. It was introduced to some planets and moons of Stanton when they were first being terraformed as part of their artificially constructed ecosystems. Powdered Degnius root is a popular additive to multiple medical and health products thanks to its unique blend of amino acids. That hole is a new location, might be worth checking out. Oh god. Where was it? This one here. Does it seem like to anybody else that our markers on the map aren't exactly on the surface? They're sort of like inside? Like, it seems like the moon has gotten bigger. Like, this was the original size of the moon, and they've increased the size of it, and so that these markers now aren't... Oh, here we go, Hasbin Hall. Aren't sort of on the surface, if that makes sense. Hasbin Hall. Alright, so let's check it out. Soup. No clouds here on Calliope yet. We still have this invisible layer that we punch through. Let's go check out Hasbin Hall, but I've got a feeling we might spend a little bit more time. Like on Microtech, for example, the tundra, where we find the tundra copions, is between sort of the snowy areas and the grassland. Then you end up with these strips of tundra. So I'm wondering if we have a look along the edges of like these snowy sections here, in the, you know, if we apply the same logic that those are tundras, then maybe we might have some luck trying to find some heart of the woods, this fungus growing on something there. Maps. Oops. Husband Hall. Is that a route? Looks like we can't set a route to it. I think we need to make a quick jump out or something. Can we find it like this? Oh, we can. Beautiful. And then we'll have a look around the tundra here at Calliope. Otherwise, we will end up in Microtech shortly. We're going to go find some more copion horns because Rayari needs another 20. So I'll see if I can find my spot and we'll go hit that up. That was just a lucky find. I collected 47 Tundra Copion Horns when I was there last time. 20 of which I used to unlock the Rayari missions, and the other 27 are stuck in a backpack that I can't retrieve from the freight elevators at some outpost, wherever it was, I can't remember. But apparently if you put a backpack on the freight elevator and you bring the freight elevator to the surface, you can't interact with the backpack. You can't pick it up, you can't do anything with it. And because there's no inventory terminals at any of these outposts, which there definitely needs to be, CIG, inventory terminals at every outpost, because there aren't any, there's AA turrets here. Full powder shields.
Of course, Commander.
Is this like a UGF? Deploy landing gear?
Deploying landing gear. Please stand by.
Who was that? Did I land on a rock? Ship's just weirdly balanced, man. Skeet, skeet. It was nicely timed. It was nicely timed. I am a little nervous. We got shields to maximum. Like, I just want to be able to go in this elevator down to the surface, man. Now, I don't think there's going to be anything here, much like many of the new points of interest. They're just locations at the moment. There's really nothing there. And I don't expect there to be anything here. Just to be on the safe side. What the hell, man? Like I have to jump to press the button. Oh yeah, we don't have a helmet on. Ha ha ha! Calliope! This is a cool location, though. And I do like how I just managed to vault onto some of those railings and just jump straight up. Oh, yes, coincidentally, there was another cool thing here in the monthly report that piqued my interest. Stop. AI tech. Here we go. For the navigation system, the devs fixed various bugs, including issues with the triangularization generation cases and an object container export case related to navigation data. They're currently progressing with improvements to 3D navigation for spaceships, and NPCs in EVA. This is interesting to me because, as I've mentioned many times, we need NPCs badly in this game. It is, in my opinion, one of the things that really they should be heavily focused on, because as soon as they get NPCs into this game, it's going to create life. And when there's life, look at this, there's guns and stuff here. So this place is obviously set up for you know, some sort of pew. When there's life, it's going to create things to do, activities, missions. I don't know if we can go inside anything anywhere. Some sort of power generators. And I guess given that Calliope has this breathable atmosphere, like I've never seen loot boxes or anything in any of these places. Given that Calliope has a breathable atmosphere, it would be entirely plausible that you could have NPCs and stuff here, right? And even if it didn't, right, you know, you could still have people in helmets and all that sort of stuff, but interesting location. Interesting location. This looks like some sort of hangar or landing pad. Habitation units. Like, imagine coming to these locations and finding NPCs in these huts and having a conversation and... Well, speaking of conversations, I wonder if I've still got it open. I don't. So I was thinking of using something like naturalreaders.com, right? They have a commercial license that you can use and you can clone your own voice and all this other sort of stuff. But, you know, I was thinking to create some scripts for, you know, custom side quest missions for Argo, so that as I'm going around the place, something like this, right? Oh, hey there. Oh, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to play this.
Oh, hey there. Don't mean to be troublesome, but I need some help with something.
And then, you know, script out a whole, you know, or you know, like what is it? Like a voice acted, you know, side quest. Any luck, Mabutu? No, mate. Not yet. Not yet. We're getting sidetracked. So that as I'm adventuring around with Argo, I can have all of these sorts of missions which I can assign to the stream deck, and then it randomly plays one. And so, you know, I don't know, just to add a little bit more life and a little bit more interest to, you know, a Life Uncharted and give it a little bit more depth. Been looking for I don't know, a red helmet. Something like this, right?
Oh, hey there. Don't mean to be troublesome, but I need some help with something. My brother over at New Babbage has been looking for a red helmet he lost on an expedition to Walla over New Arc Corp. Any chance you have some time to help out?
Yes, sir, I do! Sort of stuff. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. I don't think there's anything here. All right, so we need to try and find some tundra, all right? It says that we should be able to find this stuff in a tundra. Such a nerd, metaphysical. 100%, man. We gotta take it as far as we can. It has been a long time, months, since I've looked at the Life Uncharted rules. Type Calliope in there. All right, let's have a look. Near Art Corp. I'm sure he'd pay you well. All right, let's go again.
Oh, hey there. Don't mean to be troublesome, but I need some help with something. My brother over at New Babbage has been looking for a red helmet he lost on an expedition to Walla over near Arcorp. Any chance you have some time to help out? He spent some time over on Calliope but had no luck. I'm sure he'd pay you well.
Calliope. All right. It's getting a little windy here, hey? We need to find a tundra. I know. I understand what you said, Skeet Skeet. It is pronounced Calliope, but I call it Calliope. I do me, man. You do you. We can both have tomatoes at the end of the day. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Calliope was a Greek goddess or something, wasn't she? Oh, I've been looking into an AI plugin for voice attack, and there's a plugin now that's been developed that uses OpenAI. So you need to have a license to use OpenAI, which can't remember how much it costs, but you can now there's a plugin, obviously, that plugs into voice attack that allows you to have a conversation, and obviously it uses OpenAI, so you can develop a character. But that was interesting, so I've only spent a little bit of time looking at that. But that got my mind racing on all different sorts of stuff. Now, we got to get back into some sunlight, right? Because I'm not going to go searching around in the darkness. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Melbourne. It's not pronounced Melbourne. Just drop the R from that, Melbourne. 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 I live in Melbourne. 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 Yeah. Get rid of most of the characters at the end. They're not necessary. Really digging this music in terms of this exploration vibe right now. You know, we're just slow, we're out here, we're looking, we're searching. Just hoping to randomly come across this bloody heart of the woods. The journal says it's here on Calliope. 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 Metaphysical, you whinge about Noel Webster bastardizing the English language, and look what we Aussies do to it. Hey! Good Lutrino, how are you, my friend? Great minds think alike, just jumping into SE now. Gonna go deliver my 20 Copian horns to Rayari. Okay, this doesn't look like daylight to me. Ads! That sounds to me like Metaphysical needs to sub up on Twitch, man. Get that Prime sub going. Alright. Sunlight. Let's have a quick look at the map. We're gonna do one more little look around. Okay, so if we go to whatever this place is, SPMC 5. Hard Knocks, Anvik, SPMC 11, has been. I guess any of these on the other side will be fine. SPC, yeah, this will be fine. Oh, there's also a new security company I want to check out. Foxwell. Foxwell? Yeah, Foxwell Enforcement. Oh, we can do the boarding action mission out here at Microtech 2. So I don't know what the Foxwell missions, they seem to take you to the same places that regular UGFs do. But, I don't know, maybe just a different company that you could do contracts with, I'm not sure. So we want to see if we can find some tundra, right? So for that we want to check out sort of the edge of these snowy tundras, these snowy landscapes, and where it sort of branches off, I guess, into open land. I can't for the life of me. I'm the bloody Carrick. see anything that indicates to me whether my VTOL is active or my gears are down. You know, okay, so we're in SEM mode right now. I guess if we go into, what's this called, nav mode, there's nothing here that tells me anywhere if my VTOL is active or my gears are down. You know, if Rhino was here, he'd be like, advanced HUD. On Microtech, around certain point of interest like KH3 has Tundra Copians, I have found, purely by accident, the best place for Tundra Copian horns. I collected 47 of them the other day in about 15 minutes. So we're going to go hit up that spot. I took a screenshot, so I'm hoping we can get back there with relative ease. This frickin' ship! It's just so space, man. I love it. So this on Microtech is where the tundra is, right? In between the snowy areas. Not that this has any, like, deserts or grasslands or anything, but it's a fungus. It's supposed to grow on fallen logs and stuff, and I don't see how Calliope has any of those. It likes cold environments, so maybe we check out some of this snowy landscape. Maybe harvesting them is just not a thing, right? Maybe we do need to find them in loot boxes and... which would be disappointing. You know, I've been waiting for ages for those things to have a purpose. All those weird things that we find. Prota and sunset berries and... you know, all that sort of stuff that Argo uses for his side quests. Oh, I thought those things just in front of us right there were like roots. But I think they're just, you know, ravines in the snow. That it would be awesome to be able to, you know, fly around, harvest and collect these things rather than just scavenging them from loot crates and all that sort of stuff. Although having said that, it now does lend credence to the scavenging gameplay, exploring, you know, all of these, you know, outposts and settlements and collecting all of these weird random things that never really seem to have a use. Now they have a use. You can collect these things in your random adventures. And then when you've got enough of them, I'm going to go hit up Rayari and go hand them in. Argo goes through genetic modification and finally becomes Wicklow. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not holding out much hope here at the moment for... finding anything that looks like it might be harvestable. You know, at least from up here, right? You know, and I guess if we got down on the ground, we'd end up spending ages just running around and who knows what we'd find, right? Probably nothing. Metaphysical, you were touring Aberdeen yesterday and decided to attack a sandworm. Not the best idea I've had. I had to get out of there because I was doing damage to my ship. Oh boy! That must have been a cool experience. Don't know if this is helpful, but for hot moons like Aberdeen, I find the dense forest near the equator. Try flying down from OM3 to 6. Well, the journal says that Heart of the Woods lacks the cold regions. It says it's in the tundra, right? Journal. So here we go. This reddish-brown mushroom-like fungus can be found in cold climates on and around Microtech. So obviously we're going to have a look on Microtech as well, where it grows on trees and decaying logs, right? Now, we haven't seen any trees, and we certainly haven't seen any decaying logs. But further down in the journal, where it talks about Calliope, it says, curiously, notoriously difficult to cultivate Heart of the Woods has managed to take root on this moon, in the tundras of Calliope. Degnious roots also grow there, in case you're in the market for amino acids. The harsh and unforgiving surface of Clio hides pockets of stalwart revenant trees and the prolific Degnious root. So here on Calliope, in the tundras of Calliope, should be somewhere for us to collect some of this Heart of the Woods, right? Now, there's nothing that sort of indicates, you know, the different biomes. Kind of like when you're on Microtech, it will tell you, you know, these are desert quasi-grazers, these are boreal quasi-grazers. Polders would be near the poles, OM 1 or 2. Guess we could try that. But the lack of any sort of trees or anything has me, you know, second guessing whether there is actually anything here at this point in time. Perhaps maybe it's, well, it would be super weird for them just to add trees, right? Going, oh, we've added trees now to Calliope. Just wanted it to be, you know, possible. I wanted to be able to come here and just find stuff. Oh, goodness me. Find stuff, harvest it, and go, yes! But as I said earlier, I when I was here doing my surveying for the rock mining, I didn't see any trees or any sort of flora at all. We may need to scrub this mission. It's a bit disappointing. We'll head over to Microtech. Bummer! Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Set a course for Microtech.
Acknowledged.
What I should have done when I was over near this Copion farm is I should have taken the OM coordinates so I could triangulate it. But I was like, I can't be bothered. I'll just take a screenshot of the map and I'm sure I'll be able to find my way back. It was quite close to New Babbage, so I don't think we should have too much trouble. Microtech Logistics Depot. S4LD13. Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
Where's the Bab? Where the hell is the Babbage? What? What the frick? Mr. Bravo, how are you, my friend? 07s? Funny how people say New Babbage is not worth going to. Now anyone that wants to mine is forced to go to New Babbage. Are you talking about Microtech or New Babbage specifically? Why do we have to go to Microtech to mine? What the... Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's Microtech, right? Alright, so let me have a look. Get rid of that. Okay, so there's New Babbage. Okay, so... where is the Bab? This doesn't help us very much. New Babbage. Okay, so... oh, it's in the darkness. This is where we want to go. That little spot there has 5 or 6 herds of Tundra Copion. It's in the darkness. Around Microtech is one of the only places to mine, as all other planets and moons are still bugged and minables can't be scanned. Ghost Rocks and New Babbage is the only planet unaffected. Yeah, but then you just go to Pyro, man. Just go to Pyro. Started my, surveying out there the other day as well. On Pyro 1. On Pyro 1, I found plenty of Fane Malign. I think I found Fane Malign there. Yeah, Pyro's great, man. Nobody's there. So many places to go to. Okay, so from here, from here, whereabouts is the Bab? Right. Okay, so... that's the logistics depot. Oh, I'm really not excited about this darkness. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
I really should have taken the OM coordinates. That way we could have actually travelled there properly. But we want to sort of intersect this vector between that outpost we just QT'd to and the Bab. Because as I said earlier, when I was out here and I was just basically I was flying under thrusters like this, and I'd fallen asleep for a little while, and when I woke up I just happened to be coming close to this tundra. And there were some copions there, and I was like, yes! And so I harvested those, and it was like a Hadana expedition on Ignis. Killed those copion, took off, I scanned again, and 2 kilometers later there was another herd of copion. So I landed, killed all of them, collected the horns, took off, I flew for another minute, and there was another herd of copion. And I was like, yes! You like Pyro 4, Mabutu? Can fill your prospector in 15 to 20 minutes once on the surface? Yeah, I'm looking for... You know, there's all different sorts of missions for Rayari and for Wicklow, and a lot of them involve collecting different ores. Exclude this Karenite. This one, you know, requires us to have to do the other mission, the Hathor missions, which I have no idea how to do those. But these ores, Jaclium and Saldinium. So you can see that these Karenite ones pay the most, because we've got to go do that other sunset berries. All of these sorts of things. So I was thinking from Argo's perspective, you know, he might be getting a new job soon. He's going to quit his job as a janitor at Lawville, and he might be a full-time Rayari contractor. He'll go around, do all our quests, and we can collect all these sunset berries and Degnius roots and Prota and Heart of the Woods and all these revenant pods and all these other weird things that he finds on his journeys. And then we can hand those in to Rayari. You prefer space mining? Ethelindval. I still haven't figured out how to pronounce it yet. Ethelindval. That's my pronunciation, Ethelindval. You prefer space mining? Just out from station, been getting hundreds of SCU per hour of gold, Terranite, and Bexlite. They're finding Quant is harder. No Quantanium! Oh man, why does it have to be nighttime to come to this spot? It's not really what I was hoping for. Alright, so this was the little spot that I wanted to go to. I think flying under main thrusters to this spot's going to take us a little bit of time. No, don't black out! Let's just duck down and see what we can find. I really need my scanner to be working right now. Gonna have to get Reshade reinstalled. Hacks! Let's see what we stumble upon, hey? Grassland quasi-grazers. Wrong type of quasi-grazers. Oh, we do need these birds though, don't we? How are we supposed to shoot birds in the dark, man? This is a ridiculous idea. What are we doing? This is ridiculous. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir.
All right, I think
I will maintain the
until
current
the
speed.
sun is in our favor, we're just way better off going somewhere else. No Heart of the Woods on Calliope. Color me disappointed, hey? I very much would have been liked to be able to, you know, just harvest them, to collect them. We will have a look here on Microtech when we get to a point where we've found some tundra. We'll have a bit of a run around. But if it's just a simple matter of buying them, although having said that, I can only assume that if we're buying these sorts of things as a commodity, then we're only going to be able to buy them in SCU containers, which we're obviously not going to be able to access the physicalized items, and thus therefore be able to extract the 14 Heart of the Woods that Rayari needs. It may just be the case that we just need to collect them. We just need to collect them. Okay, yeah, that's not a very sharp pitch to be able to get ourselves some altitude. It's a bit disappointing. Mr. Metaphysical Bravo, you find station mining is okay too. However, when I do find quant rocks there, they are mole sized, so you can't mine them. Disappointing. Bugger. I was hoping to hit up that same spot, but... Okay, let's have a quick look at our map. So we want to go to somewhere over here, hey? See, can you see what I mean about sort of you know, these points of interest not sort of being on the surface, right? I want to go to somewhere here. It kind of looks like these places might be close, certainly this one here, but is it? Whereabouts is it? It kind of looks like this location here, SM013, is not on the surface there. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? What have they done?
What have they done?
I like that spot I found. Last time when we were here hunting copions, there were people galore, right? Because they're all coming to these places that people are saying, like somebody mentioned in the chat earlier on, you know, go to these places. And, you know, you see the YouTube videos that we watched last weekend, and they were like, go to the SM05 and 18. And, you know, so we went there and there were people everywhere. We did find a handful of copion. Excuse me. But I liked my little random out-of-the-way place, and there was like this little pocket covered in freaking copions. They were all there just to say hello, Crouch. How are you? We doth be waiting for you here. And if you attack them from far enough away, they don't react. If you get close though, or you buzz them with your ship and blow them around a little bit, then they sort of wake up. But otherwise you can attack them from sort of far away and they just don't respond. They don't chase you down or anything. Now, this is where we want to go. To the edges of these snowy landscapes. As is nope, this is an ocean. This is an ocean. Wrong edge of the snowy landscape. Microteche. Is it an ocean? It kind of looks like an ocean, but at the same time it kind of doesn't. Let's go down and take a look, eh? Alright, there's the boreal quasi-grazers. So we're in the vicinity. Activate the Toby. Boreal quasi-grazers. Little herd down there. Oh, dear me. Man, that little spot that I found was so epic, man. We would have found all the herds we needed. All within just this one little spot. This is what we had to do last weekend. Never-ending flying around, and then we'd find a little herd of 3 Tundra Copion. And then we'd do another fly around, and I think we collected 7 altogether. Thrilling! More quasi-grazers. More quasi-grazers. More quasi-grazers. More quasi-grazers. Trying to get some experience with a complete salvage too. Not just scraping, but taking all components and weapons, etc. Hard learning where all the components are on certain ships, but it's more in depth. Yeah, 100%. You know, a lot of people will say it's just not worth it, right? Because the weapons and components and stuff, you know, you have a hard time trying to sell them, or they're not worth much. But, you know, from a gameplay perspective, I really enjoy that sort of stuff. You know, I'm never in it for the credits. I'm in it for the experience, because, you know, whatever happens in the future in terms of the game's development is where the content's going to be. Money is just temporary right now, just to buy more ships or, you know, whatever. Very much more interested in the gameplay. No bloody Copion. Too many min-max people looking for quick AUC, missing the gameplay. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it has to do with, for me at least, the prospect of future gameplay. What's it going to be like in the future? And how does what we have now lend credence to, or how can it be indicative of what we will have in the future? Or more so, how does what we have right now, how can that translate into what we'll have in the future? And you know, part of that is what I was saying before about these Rayari missions. You know, the fact that we have these missions now to take these random things that we can find and catch them in, and you know, earn reputation or whatever it is with Rayari, and you know, start building a career path or whatever, you know, leads me to the hope that, you know, we will have that sort of gameplay where we can just, you know, cruise around in a vehicle and spend hours just foraging and finding all different sorts of harvestables and collectibles, and coming across all different sorts of settlements and outposts and towns, and then, you know, meet and talk to different NPCs and characters, and, you know, build reputations with them and start developing, you know, trading networks, or you know all that sort of stuff. And so that's what I find interesting, is you know, very much an addict of the hopium. Man, these quasi-grazers have eaten all the Copion. This is exactly the experience I have had with trying to find these bloody animals, as per, you know, all of the YouTube's things. Go to these places. I want to go back to my magical area, man. As soon as it becomes daylight, we're going to go back to my magic area. Wicked Wookie, how are you, my friend? Yes, we are hunting down some Tundra Copion. Found a lot of bloody boreal bloody quasi-grazers, so we're in the right area. But, the Copion, they're not here. We're also going to have a look for some Heart of the Woods shortly. Which apparently can be harvested from fallen trees in the tundras of Microtech and its surrounds. Although I'm not holding out much hope. I just want the bloody sun to come back around so we can go to my magic Copion spot. Like I said, a couple of days back I managed to collect 47 Copion horns in about 20 minutes. It was just herd after herd after herd. You love that I'm using the Carrack in Atmo? Carrack is an amazing ship, man. Why would I not be using it in Atmo? Why would I not? He's such a beautiful bird. Man, these quasi-grazers have had their fill of Copions, man. I swear to God. It's just, we should kill some of these guys. At some point, Rayari's going to want some of these cow eggs, aren't they? Rhino, my friend, how are you? Never see anyone in Atmo. And it's an exploration ship. We're exploring. This is 100% where the Carrack is supposed to be. Such a good ship. All right, look. We're going to go down. We're going to have a look for this bloody Heart of the Woods, right? According to our journal, it can be found in the tundra, which is where we are, on trees and fallen logs. Here's some frickin' trees, right? In the tundra. Not holding out much hope. Not holding out much hope. Let's have a little scouty. See if we can find ourselves some fallen logs, right? Oh, fallen logs! Super 5! How are you, my friend, joining us on Twitch? Carrack's a must-have ship, even for flying low altitude. At least until we get a BMM.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch has just broadcasting an alert.
Zoom out.
Around those can't get enough damn slams. They've been subscribed for 2 months, switching to Twitch.
Hey, Gunslinger! He's switching to Twitch! How are you, my friend? Thank you for the resub, man. Very much appreciated. Alright, what do you reckon the chances are? We're gonna sit down, right? Oh, you're Mabutu, Gunslinger! Oh, boy! What do you think the chances are if we sit down here, we'll find some Heart of the Woods growing on one of these trees here? I also think it's 0. Off! It's a heavy landing for the big bird. Gracefully set down. Gracefully set down. Alright. So I'm also team not gonna find any. can't wait until we can play that game. Right. So we are playing the game as would be sort of indicative of the journal, right? So if we go back to the journal and have a look. Forager's Guide. So we're looking for Heart of the Woods. This reddish-brown, mushroom-like fungus can be found in cold climates on and around Microtech, where it grows on trees and decaying logs. Okay? Further down, on Calliope, tundras of Calliope, which we went to try and find, curiously, the notoriously difficult to cultivate Heart of the Woods has managed to take root on this moon. Degnius roots also grow there in case you're in the market for amino acids. We didn't have much luck on Calliope trying to find any sort of trees or logs or anything like that. So if you were playing the game as intended, I guess we could say, we have a look at our contract. Let's start from the beginning. We're a layman. We just started playing. For more information on the animals in question, refer to, so that first bit was me reading the quest, right? Explorer's Guide to Harvestables in your journey. Okay, so first up, it's not called Explorer's Guide to Harvestables. We go to our journey and you have a look for Explorer's Guide to Harvestables. There's nothing here called that. It's called A Forager's Guide to Stanton. Okay, so here in A Forager's Guide to Stanton, if we look up Heart of the Woods, which is what we're looking for, it gives us the description. Prized by Epicureans for its complex taste, the Heart of the Woods has yet to be commercially cultivated and can thus fetch a high price in the right markets. It should be noted that the mushroom is mildly toxic until it is fully cooked, so it should not be eaten. Okay, so we know a little bit about Heart of the Woods. What it is, a reddish-brown mushroom-like fungus. If it's found in cold climates,
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Logs. Okay, so if we scroll further down, it talks about Microtech. The hauntingly beautiful boreal forests of Microtech are prime locations for foraging. Check fallen logs for the Heart of the Woods, and be careful not to consume any sunset berries you may come across. Please be aware that you may encounter copions when out in the field. So that's the first thing. We're in the right area because there's freaking 462,981 boreal quasi-grazers here. And the tundras of Calliope, which we didn't have any luck in finding anything there. Look along the sides of the valley, not the flat area for the copion, says Mr. Rhino. Toxic can be good. Maybe it has some pleasant after effects. What am I on about, Super 5? It's a tiny ship. The Carrack is a tiny ship. 163 meters versus 480. The Javelin versus 2,700 meters for the Retribution. Right now, she's a big boat. Right now, she's a big boat. Oh God, I can't wait for the days when we can just go, I'll harvest that, run around. Oh, what's over here? Like freaking Skyrim, man. Or what have I been playing recently that's like this? What is the other game? Oh, KCD. KCD and the herbs and stuff. Oh God, I love it. Delusional. That's the word. That's the word for that. All right. So I understand that this is not a decaying tree, right? Chop wood. Chop wood. Chop wood. Oh, I'm so annoyed, man. I had organized all the vehicles and stuff for the carrot before the stream, and then bloody they all despawned when I summoned the fucking carrot. Otherwise we'd have ground vehicles and stuff to go exploring in properly. And all right, congratulations to the team not going to find anything on those trees. We won. Yes, sir. I might need to find a little bit more thickly forested area to be able to find some fallen trees and some rotting vegetation. And hopefully by the time we've done all this messing around, we can go to my secret Copion spot and go get ourselves the horns. Get the horns that we need in short order. Activate the, what's it called? Activate the Toby. You still got a mining outpost to spawn ground vehicles? Yeah, that's. I think we're going to have to do some of that. We're going to have to do that. And I just want to be able to fly around and collect stuff. Now, I haven't seen Rayari require any of these. I can't remember what these eggs from these quasi-grazers are called. Which is why we're not hunting these guys down. Let's head over to this mildly more forested area, see if we can see something that looks like might potentially have some heart of the woods for us. What do you reckon? Worthwhile going for a little exploring this little patch of trees? Oh, there's some logs there. Let's go check it out. Let's go have a look. You fly the carrot like it's the Nomad, Mr. Tom Swift. How are you? Love the Nomad. Love the Nomad. We're not in the ideal ship for what we're trying to do, which is why, as I've mentioned now several times, I did have all of the vessels, the Pisces and everything, the Geo, the Rock, a bloody ground vehicle, ready to go so that we could set down, for example, here and jump in the Pisces and go for a quick burn around and come back, or jump in a ground vehicle and go and explore around, or... Disappointing. Disappointing. I honestly don't think we're going to be able to find this stuff like this. I know that in the caves and stuff you can find Prota and all that sort of stuff, and I don't think we're going to find any Heart of the Woods like this. I just don't think it's in the game and spawns as a harvestable. You know, because in my mind, this would have been the ideal place, right, for some of this to be found. And so you would assume that by reading the descriptions in the journal, in the mission, and you came to a place like this, you'd find something. But I'm 99.5% sure we're not going to find anything. Yes, Skeet, I agree. We should be able to exit the ship from the elevator into Carrick. It needs to be slightly repositioned. But, we're in a cold environment. The description does say on Microtech and its surrounding areas. Like the book says, Calliope, yeah? Calliope. We've come to we're in a cold area, we're in the tundra, there's boreal freaking quasi-grazers for days here. We've found a nice little patch of trees where there's fallen logs and rotting vegetation. And you'd reasonably assume, and reasonably, that you'd find some of that Heart of the Woods here. But we're not going to, because I don't think it's actually available as a harvestable. Yes, you can collect it from loot crates and all that sort of stuff from different outposts, but in terms of being able to explore just the natural environment to find this sort of stuff, I just don't think it's possible. This is where my ground vehicle was required. I really would be loved to be proven wrong, because then, you know, that really opens up a whole bunch of really exciting, for me at least, gameplay in terms of exploration. Like all these freaking little plant things, right? These little berry things. Are these sunset berries? Why can I not harvest the sunset berries? Here's some dead trees, right? Perfect place for fungus to be growing in a cold environment. It's disappointing and saddening. You know, simply because this is the type of gameplay that, you know, I'm interested in. And as, you know, to date, it just doesn't exist. At some point, hopefully, it will. It's like an old tree stump you can loot. I am sickness! How are you, my friend? Looks like an old tree stump you can loot. You've only found it twice. Okay, so you have found it. It's shorter and wider than the normal broken trees. So you have found some out here.
Why drink water? Because we can't eat it.
It's true. Upper Wimper Bear, can you fill this up for me? You took the rest of my Tim Tams, dude. Upper Wimper. Upper Wimper. No, I want water. Rude. I don't think you want to have any more shoes. This looks like the perfect spot to look. Yeah, 100% Gunslinger. Now, this is where you'd expect it to be, yeah? Let's run around to this patches over here.
I am
It's definitely way too hard to find.
Welcome after dark.
Thanks for the follow. I am sickness! Yeah, it's, you know, like I was saying just before, I'm looking forward to the days when you can just spend time on the ground, in a ground vehicle, and every couple of minutes you're coming across something that you can harvest and find. And, you know, I guess as we get closer to crafting, and, you know, they require more and more components and minerals and elements and collectibles, harvestables, findables, scavengeables, that, you know, it's going to become a legitimate loop or a legitimate career. I would, you know, like to say that you know, you spend your time. Look at these footprints in the snow, man. How sick is that? You spend your time running around like this, harvesting. Oh, I'll collect that, and oh yeah, I'll collect that. Okay, run over here. Look at that. Oh man, look at that thing that's over there. I've been missing that, and you run over there and collect it. But in my mind, this is the ideal place where we should be finding Heart of the Woods. And it's just not here. Which is really upsetting. Because these Rayari missions are right up my alley. Anyone who's been watching me for a while knows that this is the sort of shit that I love. We even made our own fictional rule set for this, called A Life Uncharted, with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. New episode on Sunday. Where we make believe a whole bunch of this sort of stuff. Collecting all of these weird things like Heart of the Woods and, you know, making our own potions and then delivering them to fictional NPCs, and, you know, we imaginated our whole entire game loops based on this sort of stuff. And now that we're starting to see it materialize in the game, at least from the end part, Rayari wants the shit, bring it. The beginning bit's not there. Finding the shit outside of, you know, the loot crates and scavenging it from loot containers and outposts and derelict settlements and stuff. Now we actually have a freaking journal entry. Hello, journal. Which is not, according to the contract, called Explorer's Guide to Harvestables. It is in fact called A Forager's Guide to Stanton. That tells you it grows on trees and decaying logs. It's a reddish-brown mushroom found in cold climates on and around Microtech. That's 100% where we are. And if we scroll down to the friggin' biome descriptions, forests of Microtech, tundras of Microtech, this is where we are. Tambu plants and Degnius roots have established themselves in the tundra, which is good news for foragers. Sunset berries can sometimes be found here as well. Please be aware that you may encounter copions when out in the field. Here's the second entry, right? Forests. The hauntingly beautiful boreal forests of Microtech are prime locations for foraging. Check fallen logs for the Heart of the Woods. It's all there. It's just not there. So sad. You think all this type of gameplay will get way better with Genesis? Look, I'm confident that things will improve and the game will continue to develop, obviously, but, you know, we're given this wonderful opportunity that's just, as Rhino says, it's just been half-assed. Because, like, if you were coming to Star Citizen from a brand new perspective and you were like, yes, you know, I want to go collect some of this stuff, and you read those descriptions, just like I said before, you know, we're playing this from a new player perspective. You know, and then, what's happening?
We have an emergency, Commander. Raiders are preparing to board.
Quick,
the one and only.
Twitch is being raided by the Andy Park. They've brought 18 raiders for our duties. Welcome to the stream, folks.
Welcome in, raiders. The one and only Sadar, how are you, my friend? Welcome into the After Dark with the rest of the Crouch Potatoes. I hope you've all had a wonderful time with the one and only Sadar. Now, you know, if I was an actual streamer, a professional streamer, I would, my friend, give you a shout out. But I does not know how to do it. And I don't think I've set anything up for it, so my bad. I am apologizing. Thank you for joining us. We're here in the wilds of Microtech on a hunt for some Heart of the Woods for the Rayari Incorporated missions. We're having a little bit of a moan and a groan. Okay, let me. We're gonna go to a different computer to try this one. Let me try this out. Hey. Oh no, we need a different keyboard. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can just switch keyboards. Use that button. That'll switch keyboards over. Oh dear. Let me try this. I really should set something up properly, hey. Rhino, the echo has not been fixed. I have no idea, mate, what is going on with that freaking echo. Alright. I don't think that worked out, man. I'm such a noob. We're here trying to find some Heart of the Woods. We're gonna go when the planet rotates a little bit. Yeah, Super 5. I've got to get that echo sorted out. I had to redo my streaming PC and my voice potato turned itself into a potato. And I lost all of my settings and yeah, you're gonna have to deal with the echo until I figure my shit out or sort out the podcaster duo. Sorry, Mr. Sadar. I'm a total noob, man. Yeah, we're trying to find some of this Heart of the Woods. We're gonna get that sound again. I was hoping we'd be able to come to one of these locations that are in its description and be able to find it. Skeet, my friend. I'll have to set up a shout out properly. That way we can get the mods to do the shout outs properly. But I appreciate the raid, mate. We're here having a moan and a groan. We are in the ideal location to find Heart of the Woods. But it doth not be here. It doth not be here. Oh, you trashed voice meter for Steel Series sonar? Maybe I should have a look at that while I continue to piece together. And like, these are sunset berries, yeah? Where's that? Like, these are sunset berries. Yet we can't harvest the sunset berries. Am I missing something? Yeah, I might have to have a look at that. What's it called? Steel Series sonar. Let me jump over here real quick and we'll just put that in here. Steel Series sonar. Shrin, you also use Steel Series yourself? Way better than voice meter and easy to use with about the same customization. Well, you know, the voice meter has, you know, it's too complicated for me. It's got a whole bunch of stuff that I really don't need it to do. It's technically called Steel Series GG. Okay. We'll check it out while I continue to put funds aside. Here's more bloody fucking sunset berries. See, I don't think that they've added in these harvestables to actually be harvested. We can find all these things in loot crates and loot boxes and at outposts and around and about the place. But in terms of actually exploring nature and these biomes in these environments, they've forgotten about that part. The actual exploration. It's disappointing. Alright. Mission find Heart of the Woods in nature. Unsuccessful. Or the easiest, says Super 5 on Twitch. Logitech Mixline. Virtual pull cables like an old school mixer from, say, Star Citizen to OBS or whatever. to easy setup in and out of each software device. Well, see, I need something that can communicate between the PC, the gaming PC, and the streaming PC. And that's what led me to Voice Potato. But if SteelSeries can do something similar between my gaming PC and the streaming PC, then I can have a look at that. Until, as I was mentioning, I've saved up the funds for the Rodecaster Duo. Which we're getting to. We've got about half of what we need so far. Alright, let's go back up to the hab deck. Let's jump in the med bed. Let's get ourselves hydrated. Because we are, flashing red on our hydration, which was previously alerted to us. And I do need to fill up my own water bottle, which the ninja quite rudely didn't do. How rude. What's the point of having kids if you can't boss them around? And she even took my Tim Tams from me. Alright, whilst we hydrate, I'm going to go fill up my water so I can hydrate and change the battery in my addiction machine. And I shall be back in a minute. Hopefully Microtech has rotated enough. We'll check the map in a minute so we can make our way back to my Copion hunting spot. Don't know how quick and easy it's going to be to get there, but when we do get there, we will take the OM coordinates so we can triangulate it and approach it directly from space, rather than flying under thrusters that we're probably going to have to do a little bit of. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, I really would just like to get the Rodecaster Duo. Just get some hardware involved. Gives me a whole bunch of buttons to press. Find some more space somewhere on this desk for more peripherals. Alright, mission find Heart of the Woods in the Wild. No go. We'll have a quick scout around for some more Copions. Emily, did I name the carrack? Well, this carrack I can't officially name. The original carrack I had before I melted it, I could. My carrack is called the Queen Charlotte. My carrack's called the Queen Charlotte. My reclaimer is called the Gabriel Knight. My Phoenix I have nicknamed oh my god, oh, I can't remember. It'll come to me. But yes, the Queen Charlotte. So this one is not actually named. I don't know where I got this from, actually. It's a loaner for something. Oh yes, the Gypsy Queen. The Nomad is called the Gypsy Queen. Yeah, I don't know what this carrots alone are for. I can't remember now. Something, obviously. I do want to. I will pick it up again as you know, as we get closer towards its full implementation of its proper scanning array and its mapping room and you know its drones and all that sort of stuff. I'll probably pick it up from my buybacks. These freaking copions, man. Bloody cows everywhere, man. Oh, your reclaimer is called the Light of Day. I like that. And I just want to get back to my copion hunting spot, man, which I found completely by random after I fell asleep in my chair once when I was cruising under main thrusters. And then I found this just amazing little spot that had 5 or 6 herds of copion that ranged from 5 to 7 copion per herd. And they were all like these quasi grazers are right now, just right next to each other. Did I know that Emily is a former fighter pilot? That's sweet. Wanted to join the Air Force when I was at school. The Air Force came to our school looking for cadets, and my grades weren't good enough. Physically, I was fit, but my grades weren't good enough. Well, actually, we'll come back to the physically fit thing in a minute. I'm assuming some people can recognize that already. And they said, look, your grades aren't good enough. You need to do better in science and maths. And so I really knuckled down. This was when I was 15. I think I've told this before. This was when I was 15. And if you want to be a fighter pilot, your science and your maths needs to be better. And so I really knuckled down for a year. You know, I went from a C student to an A student. And when they came back the next year when I was 16, they were like, all right, your grades are good. You've obviously shown some commitment and some determination. Let's go get your physical done. So I went to go get my physical done, and that's when I found out I don't have 20/20 vision. And they were look, you can't fly, but you can be a navigator in a fighter plane, second seat. And I was like, nah. I want to fly. And they said, look, we can't accept you as a pilot. And after that, my life for the next 5 years was just a cascading pit of fuck all of this shit. I'm going to grow as much weed as I can. I'm going to drink as much booze as I can. Oh, 20 acid trips at one time? No worries, man. We can fucking do that. And then in my early 20s, as people started going to jail and going to psychiatric hospitals and stuff, and I was like, all right, I've got to change my life. So it was a dream of mine for a while. But not in real life, man. I just told a beautiful story. In Eve, you were a deck officer in the Merchant Navy. That's been quite a few years ago. One of your reclaimers called Nostromal. Oh, your father had the same issue when he tried to join the RAF. Did he, Meta? He said he got married and emigrated to Australia for 10 pounds. Oh, he's a 10-pound pom! It was one of the real 10-pound poms. So it wasn't until 2010 that I started taking an interest in flying again. Well, actually, that's not true. It wasn't until 2010 that I actually went flying. And I flew for a little bit in 2010. I think I've got 12 hours in my logbook. And then, you know, I was super busy at that stage and, you know, just didn't keep up with it. But I'm very, it's on my radar this year to really get that under control. You know, my father lives out in the country about an hour from Melbourne here, and there's a lovely little flight school out where he lives. And so I'm really quite interested in doing my flying up there. Be a wonderful opportunity to go see him each Saturday, and go flying at least once a week. Well, I don't really have any other options. I can't go flying more than once a week. And finally get my license. My brother got his license quite some time ago, although I think it's probably expired. He wanted to fly bush planes in Canada. Yeah, I've always had an interest in aviation. Me and my dad used to build model RC planes when I was younger. There ain't no time for copion here! You briefly had the aviation bug when you were in the army, Gunslinger? Passed the test, but not before I hit the age limit. Yeah. Went flying as a boy matter. Yeah, absolutely loved it. In a seaplane over the Gold Coast in Brisbane. You already loved planes. That just cemented it. So even though I've always known my eyesight was crap, I've loved aviation. Well, from a commercial perspective, or just from a general aviation, a GA perspective, freaking forest copion. Okay, look, we're in a forest right now. Okay, let's do another little experiment. Let's sit down. So we've ended up in the forest. Okay, let's sit down here because there's some tree patches and stuff around. We're gonna resume our search for Heart of the Woods. So let's get some landing gear down. Yeah, from a GA perspective, as glasses aren't a big issue. Australian, you have your CFL, do you? Able to fly 747s, but since they are more or less outdated and out of service now, can't really fly those anymore. You also have your helicopter license. Man, you should fly cargo planes, man. We have 747s that come into the airport all the time. All the time. Every night there's a 747 on one of the bays. Mythios, what did I miss from you? Oh, Crouch. Never mind then. What did I miss? Oh no! It's time to see how much your stock portfolio lost last night. Oh dear. Alright, let's go check out this forest over here. So we're in the forest, right? So let's go back to our journal. Use your license to fly the agency's jets when we travel for a case? That's amazing. It just struck me when I saw the name. Thought it said Crotch After Dark. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Crotch After Dark. Let's settle back down, get ourselves some toast and wine. Later on in the evening, we can
Twitch is broadcasting a new
talk to each
followers,
other about
sir.
each of our crotches.
Mythios7 is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Mythios, thanks for the follow, mate. Appreciate you. You bought the jet and tell the pilots to sit in the back. So I just want to quickly run through this once again, right? Explorer's Guide to Harvestables in the journal, which is not called Explorer's Guide to Harvestables. It's called A Forager's Guide to Stanton, right? So here, Heart of the Woods, reddish brown mushrooms, cold climates, on and around Microtech where it grows on trees and decaying logs. Let's go back down, because there was 2 entries for Microtech. One was the forests, and one was the tundra. We couldn't find any when we were in the tundra, right? Here, forests, actually, I might have been slightly confused before when I read the entry for tundras, because it talks about Patambu plants and the Dagnius roots have established themselves in the tundra, which is good news for foragers, although we didn't find any of those. Sunset berries can sometimes be found here as well, which we did find some sunset berries, but they weren't harvestable. But the forests, this is perhaps where I got myself confused.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Okay.
W1 500 is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Wicked Rookie, thank you, mate. How are you? Saphira, hi. This is where I might have gotten confused before, because I'd read the hauntingly beautiful boreal forests of Microtech prime locations for foraging. So I associated the boreal forests with the boreal, tundra grazing herds that are just everywhere, right? And I was like, okay, well, the boreal grazers, the quasi-grazers, are in the tundra region because that's where we find the tundra copions. And so I thought, look, let's go look around the tundras, which is where we should have found Patambu plants and Degnius roots, right? But here under forests, which we are now in the forests, if you remember, we have just seen some forest copion. The hauntingly beautiful boreal forests of Microtech are prime locations for foraging. Check fallen logs for Heart of the Woods and be careful not to consume any sunset berries you may come across. Okay, so we are now in a forest, according to the forest copions that are just on the other side of the ship over there. And I'm going to go kill those forest copions anyway because... Stupid forest copions. I'm hoping by now, all this time we've spent naffing about, that Microtech has rotated enough to shed some light on my actual copion hunting spot. And we'll go there and see if we can collect ourselves some copions. Adventure Boss, how are you, my friend? Is it dark where you are right now? What time is it for me? It is 11:30 in the PM. We normally start here. I'm in Australia, in Melbourne, Australia. We normally start at 9 PM and we finish up somewhere in, the early morning. I've got a shift. Not normally rostered on Saturdays, but I've got a shift tonight at 8:30. So we've got plenty of time to kick on tonight. We might go until maybe 5, maybe 6. I'm really keen to just continue this exploration. However fruitful, however fruitful, or perhaps fruitless it might be, to see what we can actually forage in the wild. Because I know all of this stuff we can get out of loot crates and outposts and all that sort of stuff, and we will collect those as we continue on our adventures. But I'm very keen to see what we can find in the wilderness, which at this point has been, the classic Spaceballs moment. We ain't found shit. So we got plenty of time to just chat and mess about. Oh, you're in Canada, Adventure Boss.
Broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
We were just talking about Canada.
Now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Welcome to After Dark. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we were just talking about Canada. We were talking about flying and pilot's licenses and all that sort of stuff. And I was saying that my brother, when he did his PPL, was very interested in moving to Canada to fly bush planes. Which did not end up happening. All right, so we're checking fallen logs. We're checking fallen logs. These are sunset berries, by the way. Sunset berries. But we can't harvest the sunset berries. Alright, those forest copium are just on the other side of the ship. We're gonna go kill them. Yeah, but that never ended up happening. Every now and then, you know, when I'm at work and I see these young pilots, you know, climb out of their, you know, out of the Airbuses and stuff, out of the
Twitch is just
321s or
broadcasting
the
a new follower on
330s.
that, sir.
And I'm
And
like,
Farrell is now following on Twitch. Welcome
Emily
to
Farrell.
After Dark.
thank you for the following. Yeah, I see these young pilots climb out of the planes, and I'm like, damn, man, that dude's, I'm twice as old as that young kid. And that could have been me. That could have been me. And then I sit there in my tug feeling all morose that I've wasted my life. I'm very fortunate, very blessed. I've had a wonderful career, a wonderful life. Had my own businesses, my own companies. And I feel very privileged, and I feel very blessed to have this opportunity to spend some of my time with you. I feel blessed that you're spending some of your time with me, talking about this stupid game. And, you know, just generally, you know, having some fun. Tundra copium you'll find near KH3. Right, now, I know that those copium were around here somewhere. I'm sure I'm going to run into them randomly and they're just going to maul me. But I know that they were in this direction somewhere. Another fruitless endeavor. Adventure Boss, this game is amazing. Look, it certainly has its moments. But then at other times, it is the most confusing, just like if you, like I said, if you come to this game from any other game and you were like, oh, I'm going to do some of these Rayari missions, and you read through what I've just read through before, and you've come to this location and it says to check fallen logs, and you check a fallen log and you go, okay, there's none of that fallen log. Excuse me. Le beverage. And then you go, okay, well, look, I'll check another fallen log. And then I'll check another fallen log. Like, okay, well, maybe there's just none in this patch. Ooh, this looks like a fallen log that we haven't seen before. A reddish-brown fungus. This doesn't look like any of the fallen logs that we've seen before. That looks to me like a reddish-brown fungus. Reddish-brown fungus. Oh man, it's so amazing. I was going to say, okay, well, maybe not in this patch. I'll go to another forest patch. And so you fly to the next forest patch and you're like, okay, well, there's none here. And you're like, okay, well, maybe it'll be in the next forest patch. And so you fly to the next forest patch and you're like, well, there's none here. And then you're like, hang on, wait a minute. There's a fallen tree that looks like a fallen tree that we haven't seen before. And you go check it out and you're like, yes, it's got brownish reddish fungus on it. Let me check my journal. Quick, let's check it. Journal, A Forager's Guide to Stanton, which is not what the mission calls it. The mission calls it The Explorer's Guide to Harvestables. So when I first checked my journal, I couldn't find it because it's not here. It's actually called A Forager's Guide to Stanton. Put that to the side and you go, oh, it's a reddish-brown mushroom-like fungus, can be found in cold climates. It's cold, I'm in the snow, it's freezing. Grows on trees and decaying logs. Sick, I've found some! Yes, here it is! Oh, wait a minute, I can't harvest it. There's no option to harvest any of this freaking material. This game drives me nuts. Okay, so look, it looks like these are the logs that we're looking for. Not the small little broken logs on the ground, but these fallen trees are where Heart of the Wood grows. It's just not harvestable in the wild. Come on, Saji. DG. Get it sorted, man. Oh, it's so disappointing. Okay. All right. So at least we know, like the sunset berries, they're out here, but they're just not at this point harvestable in the wild. We can find them in loot crates and loot boxes and all that sort of stuff, but they just don't seem to be harvestable at this point in the wild. Disappointing. Because as we mentioned before, this is my bag. This is my bag. If you were in the forest like this and looking for stuff and you found a bag and you opened it, I'd be in that bag because I was having a nap from, you know, all of the harvesting that I was doing, and the bag was a warm place. It's just, you know, in all the MMOs and the games that I've played, this has always been my deal. Like, you know, I'm currently playing through KCD 2, who isn't? And honestly, I spend most of my time just running around collecting stuff. You know, it's gotten to the point in the game where I'm like, I could probably finish the game now, and I'm like, I don't, you know, forget about that, man. You know, I've pretty much maxed out every stat. And I'm like, nope. I just want to keep collecting more herbs. When is this game going to come out? Will it ever be finished or released? Who knows, man? I reckon we've probably got, I want to say, another 5 years before it's anywhere near a 1.0. There should be larger growths on the red mushroom stuff, and you have to hold F on it and stow. Yeah, I agree. Shin, you said that you'd found some in the wild before, right? Twice you said you'd found it. Let me scroll back up. There's too much chat. There's too much chat. Yeah, somebody had mentioned that they'd found it in the wild before. Okay, so at least we know that that log... you never said that, but you have found it. Oh, somebody in the chat said they'd found it twice before. Sorry, Shana, I don't know who it was. Okay, but you have found it. Okay, so it looks like that is the log that we're looking for. It's this distinctive looking fallen tree type log that has that reddish brown stuff on it, but it should have larger growths on it that we should be able to hold our F interaction key and click stow. Gunslinger, you stated this on Tomato Stream. 1.0 will likely be in 2031 based on the features they want to add and the pace they are adding. Excuse me, yeah. I think we're minimum 5 years away from a 1.0. And as Emily says, Squadron 42's slated for next year, 2026 they've announced, but you know, beginning, end of 2026, who knows? Alright, it's dark here now, right? So let's, man, I really wish I took the OM coordinates for my little spot. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
So Rhino says KH3, hey? KH3. Where's KH3 in relation to where we are? Okay. So Ryan's saying we should check around there. Now I want to have a quick look and see. Okay, so there's the Babage. I'm still in the darkness. This is where I want to go, that little point there. That's where I found those herds of Copion. It's about 5 or 6 of them, each of them about 2 kilometers apart. And they range from 4 or 5 Copion up to 7 per herd. And that's where I collected 47 Copion horns in like 20 minutes. Yeah, it is a wonderful game, Adventure Boss. You buy a whole computer just for this game. It's a wonderful game. But it certainly has its frustrations. It very much is in development. And a big part of what keeps me passionate and excited is, you know, I'm very well addicted to the hopium and the copium. You know, the potential for the game is astronomical. That, you know, what the heck was that? Was the robot talking to you? Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Tell me something interesting.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
The University of Pasay is the oldest continually operating institute of higher education in the Reader system. It is a collegiate research university made up of several semi-independent colleges and research institutes, including the University of Pasay Analytical Research and Quantification Center. As a part of an agreement between the Earth government and the discoverers of the system, land on Pasay was explicitly reserved for public education, and the University of Pasay was soon established. The school is best known for its programs in space technology, terraforming, and psychology.
Atreyu is my AI assistant. Well, he's not an AI assistant, is he? He's a pain in the ass. That's what he is. It's a voice command system. Yeah, I use a program called Voice Attack. You know, Crouch is just AI. Always been, always will be. Some glitches here and there make sense. Don't reveal my true form. Yeah, Atreyu helps me control my ship and do a bunch of different sorts of things. He helps me. Predominantly, I use him for navigation. But then in combat, he's also very helpful. Let's head on down here and we'll go see what we can find. Because at least I know that Rayari won another 20 Copion horns. So if we can at least finish another Rayari mission, then I guess I can, you know, I can accept that we're going to have to find all of these little bits and pieces in loot crates and loot boxes, you know, as we explore around, you know, at the different outposts and stuff. Like, we'll go over to KH3 and land there in a minute, see if there's any loot boxes around the place that perhaps might have some of these harvestables or collectibles, rather than being able to find them in the wild. Look at that shadow of that ship, you know. Activate the Toby. More bloody quasi-grazers, man. Simple Simon. More quasi-grazers. The scale of this game is pretty intense, man. It's pretty significant. What was that? In this slow boat around. Oh, birds. Let's get ourselves some birds. Oh yeah, kiss the ground. One. Landed like a professional. What's going on? What the hell's happening here? Oh, I guess we are on a hill, right? Well, it's not the best place to land. Alright, let's go have a look. We need some of these Marok eggs. Deactivate the Toby. Right, we need some Marek. Are they called Marek gems? I think they're called Marek gems, which we get out of the throats of these birds. Rayari wants some of those too. Let's get these gems. Where'd that one go? Rude! Oh, man. They have retreated. There it is. Oh, someone's been here already. What the hell? There's a whole bunch of dead birds here. Nobody took their eggs? Or their little mouth gems? Maybe they've been fighting each other. Maybe they only live for a certain amount of time and then they die. Like flies. You murderer! They're all over the place. Oh, we didn't need to murder anything, man. You hope they finish this game? Oh, I'm sure they will. You know, I don't think the game will ever be finished. You know, like many MMOs, you know, it'll just continue to develop and progress and evolve. You know, obviously once we hit a 1.0 release, we're gonna... Man, I swear these things are just appearing out of the grass. Give to me your egg. As we get towards a 1.0 and the game is, you know, somewhat feature complete, we'll continue to see you know, new things being added, just like every MMO. Alright, how many of these do we have? 12. Let's have a quick look in the contracts being offered for our collections for Rayari. 15 Marok gems. Let's accept this mission. We need 3 more. Found a whole bunch of dead birds on the ground. Crazy talk. Alright, we need 3 more. Where have they gone? Oh. No good. Sharpshooter, I am not. Alright, this is only going to give us 14. Man, we need 1 more. Oh, kidding me. Where'd he go? And we lost him. Wonder who that was who just went buzzing over the top of us. Oh no, we lost that one. Uh-oh. Greetings. Greetings. Get that little friendly wing rock. We've been found. Let's keep moving on. We need a couple more of these birdies. We'll be able to see who that is in their ship when we get in the pilot seat. Bit of a bummer. I really would like to find these harvestables. Strin has been discovered. Activate the Toby. Oh, more birds. I wonder what the situation with those birds were, right? You know, they were littered all over the ground. So I wonder if they just, yeah, look. I wonder if they're dying from some sort of spawn thing, or you know what the deal is. What's going on? Okay. Like if they die when they're streamed out or something when you leave the area? Do they just die? Why are all of these corpses on the ground? Frick's the button for the door. What? Hell is the button for the airlock? What am I missing here? There it is. Alright, I think that's all we need, yeah? 15 of them. Whilst we're here, we might as well grab a few more. See, now this is the type of harvesting that we should be doing for the heart of the woods and the Degnius roots. Should I kill him? Shrin! Be warned! Oh no! Maybe he's gonna kill me. Oh no! I don't know what the deal is, man. Why are
Twitch is
just
broadcasting
dead birds here?
sir.
Okay.
Rinsby7603 is now following on Twitch.
Welcome
Welcome after dark.
Thank you for the follow, mate. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for joining the Crouch Potatoes. Alright. I think we got ourselves enough of these birds. Just mining in Pyro here. Lovely. What sort of mining are you doing? Oh. Thank you. Nice stream. Well, thank you for joining us, Ren. I hope you're having a good time. Just feign the line. Out there in your rocks. Let's get some. Let's get some. I am a rock miner. That's what I really enjoy doing. You know, we're out here trying some of these new harvesting missions. The Rayari, and I would have brought a rock with me if the game hadn't robbed it from me. But I'm sure we will rustle ourselves up at something at some stage. Hey, Berry Up, it's almost time for bed, sweetheart. Alright, we still want to find ourselves some copions. If we can find some copion, then at least we can finish up 2 of these Rayari missions. And then as for these Heart of the Woods, I think we will have to just find those as we adventure around different outposts and stuff, and we loot them all from, you know, loot crates and activate the Toby. H flow problem? These bloody boreal quasi-grazers do all my head in, man. Can we just swap out a few of the spawn points for the quasi-grazers for some tundra copion? We just need to hit up my secret tundra copion spot. 1 tundra copion. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Single solitary copion. Can we take him and breed him into more copion? The ship's not quite landed, is it? Freaking 1 copion! That just adds insult to injury. It's just rude, that's all it is. Let's go up to the technical deck. Go to the back of the ship. We'll go upstairs. To the cartography deck. Rude. How did he go? We get his horn. We did get his horn. Lovely. All right, back in the unconventional way. How good is it going to be when this freaking cartography room and being able to, you know, properly explore places and identify freaking caves is going to be? Hands for the adventure bus! No! Alright, let's go back to the hab deck and we can take off from here. It's weird for some reason I'm happy to have ads. Well, I appreciate the support. Anyone who's watching with ads, thank you so very, very much. Speaking of the support, 6 likes on the YouTube tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for spending your time with me. All right, one freaking Tundra Copion. I did like the way in which we collected that Tundra Copion. There really wasn't a good place to land here, right? And set the ramp down, but you know, I was kind of hoping we'd be able to shoot that Copion and tractor beam it onto the ship, take its horn, and then chuck its carcass off. But, you know, the nose was low enough to the ground that we were just able to hop off the ship. That was sweet. More boreal quasi-grazers. Yeah, this is far from being the biggest ship. It's probably one of the biggest ships currently in the game. But in terms of concept ships that are currently out and that you can pay cash buck dollary dues for, there's certainly bigger ships. But yeah, the Carrack is a big ship. How long am I streaming for tonight, Meta? I don't know. We'll probably, you know, what's the time now? It's 12 o'clock, maybe another 4 or 5 hours. We got time. We got time. Ooh, what are these gems over here? There's gemses. This is why I wanted to bring the rock with me. What are these gemses? Let's have a look. Gemses. Gemses. What is it? Glacisite. More gemses. What are those gemses? Let's go have a look. We have nothing to mine these gemses with, but just let's have a look out of interest. Mine. 357 credits per gem. 399 to the right buyer. More boreal quasi-grazers. Where doth the Tundra Copion be? Where are the herds? Not these single solitary Tundra Copion. Where doth the herds be? Oh, here's 3. It's a little herd. It's more than 3. It's 5, maybe 6. All right, let's get them. Let's get them. They do move in herds. Oh, so good. So good. I might have to watch that after the stream. Bit of the old Jurassic Park. For them get our dinosaurs. Upper Wemper. It's time for bed, sweetheart. Oh, did I not bring any P6 ammo with me? It was stupid. Okay, let's good night, sweetheart. And let's stick that in there. That is now useless. Oh, actually, what we can do... Oh, no, we can't. It's got a different... It's got a different rail on it, I think. Size 2. Yeah, it's got optic size 3, so we can't take its scope off and stick it on here. Different size rail on it. Ooh. It's freaky how the bloody sounds continue to play even though they're all dead. Alright. We got 6. Poor animals, I know. But they're nasty beasts. They're nasty beasts. What do they eat? Us! They'd soon as rip me apart as look at me. If they could actually move around properly. But, still yet another part of the game that needs to be figured out properly. The ability for the AI to move around. If you get them in the right mood, they can be quite vicious. But sometimes when they're just milling around like that, you know, they're not too much of a threat. More quasi-grazers. Let's get a look around these hills. We really are in the wrong ship for this sort of thing. Tundracopian. Alright. So Rayari wanted 20 more horns. So we're going to have to find ourselves a couple more herds. There's another 5 here. Let's go! Run, little man, run! Oh, insides of my ship. All right. What we might do, it's time to be on the crew. That was unexpected. Oh boy, I'm glad I had the P4 for that. If we were trying to fight them off with the P8 that I had just before, the single shot rifle, that would have been, it's much more powerful, but after watching that performance, I would not sign up. Nobody got injured. Nobody got hurt. We tactically retreated and we took down all 5. Just empty that magazine out. Let's go. All right, so how many horns have we got? 12 horns. We need 8 more. 2 more herds. Oh, actually, you know what I want to do, just out of fun, and because we can. Let's take this and we'll go put it in the armory, hey? Let's go put this in the armory. We don't need it just yet, but go through the cargo deck. Go stick it in one of the armories. Because we got no rounds for it anyway. Might as well stick it in the armory. And we have rounds for this, so we'll keep this with us. All right, let's go. Take the elevator at the back of the ship. I like to see how. I like how you see the actual horn being taken. Yeah. All right. Whilst we're here, we might as well hit up the med bay. Oh, we did take some damage just then. 63%. We got chewed on. We got chewed on. Jump into the med bed. Let's lie here for a little bit while they heal us up. We have no injuries, so there's no medical care that's required. But we'll just lie in the bed while they machines do its thing. Alright, let's go. 2 more herds. We need 8 more. I've never seen a herd of Copion larger than 6. I did say 7 before, but I'm pretty sure the largest I've seen is 6. So we need 2 more. And then we can go hand in 2 quests. What's the bet that once we've handed these missions in, it's going to ask us to bloody find some of those eggs from these quasi-grazers? Okay, here's another one. Another herd. Oh, this looks like a big herd. This looks like a big herd. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, there's 8 of them. Sick. All right, so what we might do is we might load up some rounds. You think you should have a lounge or a game room on such a large ship? Yeah, it should. 100%, man. Like this room here. Like this games room next to the crew quarters. This is the crew quarters. And then they can have their little shower in here. This is the crew head. Can have their shower in here and across the corridor is the mess hall. Here's the bathroom. And the mess hall. Here we go. Sit down here and have our little discussions about our plans. What are our discussions about this week, ladies and gentlemen? Where is that expedition taking us? And of course, the captain has his own crew, right? Here's the captain's quarters. With my single little double bed and my own head. Alright, let's go. It's a wonderful ship, the Carrack. And then obviously it has this whole engineering bay and stuff, and then the drone decks, and which don't function at the moment until drone functionality comes into the game. And then obviously we had a quick look at the cartography deck at the top up before. Why is this still open? Close up our airlock that we can use for docking. What we quickly want to do is we'll grab a bit of this P8 ammo. That'll do. Just restock our belt. Oh, these guys are already moving around. Alright. That's how you do that. They don't even scatter. Well, the weapon is silenced. I've got a suppressor on here. I shouldn't use the term silenced. This weapon is suppressed, so they wouldn't have even heard anything. They would have just started dropping. No such thing as this. Well, that's why I said I shouldn't say it's silenced, because the weapon is suppressed, not silenced. It is equipped with a size 2 suppressor. Alright, that's all the horns we need. Should have 21. 20! Just enough! Perfect! Haha! We can hand in 2 quests. There can't ever be a silent weapon? No. They're called silencers and stuff in the movies, but they're not really silencers, they're suppressors. Alright, contracts. Elfers. Collection. Alright, so we want Tundra Copian Horns. Let's accept that. Okay, lovely. Where are we going to? Off to Selen. To Hicks Research Outpost. And Rayari and Vic Research Outpost on Calliope. Okay. Let's go. Retract landing gear.
Understood. Landing gear systems engaged.
Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Set a course for Calliope.
Acknowledged.
Alright, let's go hand in some quests. I'm still disappointed about the Heart of the Woods. Deactivate the Toby. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Deactivate the Toby. Dogs 13, how are you? I'll do it myself, you lazy bastard. Hi Grouch, I've been along for the ride while looting armor. Hope you're good. I am very well, thanks mate. I am very well. Oh yeah, speaking of looting armor, there is another thing I want to do. Contracts. Mercenary. I want to hit up these Foxwell ones. Are you an experienced contractor looking to increase your income with some security work? Or maybe you're new to the field and looking for some hands-on experience. Foxwell Enforcement are looking for enthusiastic new contractors to help with local law enforcement. To see if you're the right fit for us, we'd like for you to head over to MT Data Center KH3. Oh, we're very close to there! On Microtech, let's quickly kill this. Kill that cruise control. That's just where we were. Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
It'd just be way quicker, dude, to use the map, man. Contracts. Accepted. Offers. Mercenary. Oh, it's changed! Damn it! We should have accepted it. Oh, let's go hand in these quests. Set a course for Calliope.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Let's go. Yeah, I want to hit up those new Foxwell missions. I'm assuming they're going to be exactly the same as the previous UGFs, like all the other bunkers and stuff, but you know, if there's another organization that we can build rep with, then, you know, might as well, hey. What? This is taking us not to the correct place. Hang on, wait a minute. What the Where the hell are we? Oh, hang on, this is the wrong mission. Contracts. Accepted. We want to hand in the Tundra Copian horns. Yep. On Selen? Oh, what the hell are we going to Selen for? It's so far away.
I'll reveal your true form.
Oh, what the hell, man? Okay, the Marek gems we can hand in here. I guess we're going to have to go to Selen at some stage, but okay, let's hand in these ones. I guess we're going to bloody freaking, what's it called? Crusader. We'll go buy some sandwiches while we're there. Alright. Okay, hand in these Marok gems. Once you've loaded some things onto your Polaris Shrin, meet me at Hicks. What's happening at Hicks? Ground's coming up quick. Please don't black out right now. That would be a bad idea. Deploy landing gear.
Landing gear being deployed for touchdown, Commander.
Right, so we do need to actually land on a pad, don't we? Because we want to use... Forget how big this ship is sometimes.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
God damn it, what's down there?
Koda is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Valcor, how are you, my friend? Thank you for the follow. Thanks for joining us. Alright, we're on the pad. There's a whole bunch of boxes of something down here. Interesting. Alright, so this is where our box comes in handy, right? Because we need to do the old shuffle around of stuff. Alright, back down to the garage. I really wish there was a more pleasant way to exit the ship. Although, having said that, we still need to go to the subdeck. Falcor, thanks for the follow on Twitch, mate. Appreciate you. My followers goal of 290 was just completed. Oh, legendary. Alright, so we need this crate here, and we want to put 15 of these gems in it. Do we have the right tools on us? Let's equip that. What's going on here? That's the one we're looking for. Got tractor beam out. Wonder what all these crates are. Tuck that in there. Just from a security perspective, I guess we should close the ship, hey? Meanwhile, someone's quickly snuck aboard. Alright, what is this? Hydrogen. Hydrogen, hydrogen. Stims. More stims. More stims. Okay. I guess we could take that stuff and stick it in one of the cargo holds and go sell it. Oh no, the freight elevator is busted. The freight elevator is busted. Say it's not the truth. It's not the truth. All right, let's put that into the warehouse. Now I'll put this back on here. We'll open it up. There are our gems. We want to put this on the freight elevator. We want to put these on here. We want to bring the whole lot back up so the loot is not inside the box anymore, but it's on the freight elevator. Alright, we can get our box back. Let's grab the box. The horn should still be there. Let's put this away. Let's send those down. There we go. 15 thingy bibobs. Delivery 15 of 15 Marok gems to Rayari and Vic Research Outpost is complete. Lovely. Yeah, when the elevator says loading content, it doesn't mean it's busted anymore. Yeah, that I haven't seen broken elevators for a while now. That I think it was patched, patched up. Should we? Do I have a helmet on? I do. Should we take this cargo? Oh, it's contracted. No. Contracted cargo. It's no good. Alright, I guess we're taking a hop, skip and a jump over to Crusader. Can settle ourselves in for a nice quantum jump. To go turn our Copian horns in. And I guess maybe while we're over there, we'll hit up some of those Foxwell missions. I'm pretty sure they're just exactly the same as the UGFs. As the regular missions for like Hurston Dynamics or Crusader Security or whatever. Retract landing gear.
Understood. Landing gear systems engaged.
Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Set a course for Cellen.
The star map is being updated, sir.
All right. That's one task completed at least. Not bad for 3¼ hours. It's true. Ah, man. We're in SCM mode. Let's get into nav mode. Look, we spent a lot of that time looking around for some heart of the woods, you know, with a little bit of exploration, a little bit of science, a little bit of figuring out, can we find this stuff in the wild? To which the answer was maybe, but not really. All right, where's our jump point, Mr. Targeting Computer? There it is. Deactivate cruise control.
Cruise control has been deactivated, sir.
Thank you. Dyson Gibson on YouTube, my friend, how are you? What's the payout on those? That mission was 69,000. So we'll have a look at all the missions in a minute because we've got a hell of a jump about to happen. So we'll have a look at all the missions. And we'll certainly have time for that. What? Where are we going? It's herpy. Why are we going there? What's going on, man? There we go, this looks better. 57.4 gigameters. Alright, let's settle in for a massive jump. Off we go. Alright. Hey. Right, so all of the Rayari missions are 69 grand. Collection missions. Except for the ones that you need to find the Karanite for. Now, obviously, the Karanite is one of the ones that we need to do the Hathor missions before that to open up the cave so we can get into the cave so we can mine the Karanite. But I've no idea how to do those Hathor missions. I've never seen them pop up. I'm thinking that the Foxwell missions are our gateway to those Hathor missions. So when we do our first Foxwell mission, it will unlock the other Asket requires emergency medical treatment at Raptura. Really? Payment will be 50 grand. Isn't this just one of those, you know, outposts, the new locations that doesn't have anything in it? Why would he be broadcasting a medical beacon from there? Seems a little sus. Yes, so where are the Rayari missions? Here we go. Need resource for research. Okay, so 52 grand for the ore missions, hey? Saldinium and Jaclium. 69k for the Tundra Copian Horns, which is what we're about to go deliver. This one wants some Karanite. I wish there was a way to get Karanite without having to do these Hathor laser missions and go through all the FPS and all that, the FPV, PvP components of those missions. But I don't know. We're gonna do one of these Foxwell missions and unlock that. I'm assuming we do the Foxwell missions to unlock these Hathor laser missions. Selthinium, sunset berries. Again, it's not a mission, you just turn up and align the dishes, then laser. Oh, okay. So are they on the, they must be on the map then, right? Let's have a look. Hathor. Where do we just turn up to? Hey God, this freaking map is huge. Oh, we're almost there, man. I'm so used to jumping across freaking Pyro. We're there already? What? Once we've done this, we might have a short, what's it called at the theatre when you go to the theatre? An intermission. We might have a quick intermission. I might go make myself a coffee. So it's not a mission. You just turn up and align the dishes, then laser. So where do we go to align this, the lasers? Don't we have to go to 3 different places? Why are we doing this? Picks up your quantum jumping, CIG. Come on, man. Come on, man. Have to go to 3 Hathor locations, get batteries. Sounds like a mission to me. You rocked up yesterday to a cave and all the stupid gems had already been mined. Stupid gems. There's 2 sites on Daymar and 2 on Hurston. Maybe just finished looting the orbital platforms. What? Alright, let's go. We could do a little scouting while we're here. Quick survey of Selin to see what sort of minerals are here for some rock mining. Of course it has to be dark. I swear 70% of my landings are in darkness. Lots of vault guns. Oh, the orbital platforms have vault guns, don't they? Yes, lots of vault guns. Oh my goodness me! Excuse me.
You are fined 100 for violation of the Miranda statute.
Because you felt like it. Well, why not? That's a good enough reason as any. All right, let's land on this pad. Are we on the pad? We are on the pad. All right, let's do that whole song and dance again. Home at last, running 10 days off. Lovely. Lovely. How many days were you on the road, mate? Ugh. Excuse me, this is why we're going to have a short intermission. And I'm going to make myself a beverage of the coffee variety. How long were you on the road for? Alright, we want 20 copian horns. Let's put them in the container. Oh god! The box is trying to kill me! We'll stick that in there. Oh, let's just close it up. In the meantime, someone could be stealing my copion horns. We'll have a quick scout around here too and see if there's any loot crates around. Maybe we'll find some Heart of the Woods. Actually, I've got a feeling we might not even need to lower this into the Hurge Quetler. Okay, let's drop out of that. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, my backpack! I want my backpack! Alright, so let's send this down. I'll get my backpack back. This is where my backpack is, with the other 27 copion horns in it. We didn't even need to go hunt those copions! We found my backpack! Alright, we'll put the backpack in the box. Oh, bring the box back up. Oh, hang on, no, wait, no. We're doing it wrong. We've got to set this back down. We did find some copions, Rhino, yes indeed. Alright, so we want to put that on the elevator. We want to put our box back on the elevator. We want to send the elevator back up. Okay, so let's get our box back. Our box. Let's send this down. 20 copion horns. Confirm. Yes, sir. Mission complete. We break for no one. I think that's Shrin in his Polaris. Another very big ship. The big ship, the Polaris. I think it's a bit bigger than the Carrack. Certainly carries more stuff. By the way, Ignis is no longer the Fane Malign gem go-to. It's now Fuego! Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. We want to go searching around. Alright. My backpack is in this box here. There's my Baku. So I guess what we could do, let's do a little bit of shuffling of stuff around. Excuse me. Let's put the backpack that I'm wearing in this box. Let's get this backpack with me guns and stuff on it and my 22 Copion horns. Some P4 ammo. So I guess what we could do right now is let's go stash these weapons. Alright, we can put... Let's put this max lift in here. Let's put... Oh, can I not equip that gun because I'm in the armistice zone, even though I'm in my own ship? Grumble groan. Okay, alright. It is what it is. You managed to do the dishes, the batteries, the laser, and mine the cave. Park the Polaris over the cave was good fun. Nice one. You're waiting for the shiny not to be the new shiny. Hey, Rhino, before you do those ones. Yeah. Definitely need a new concept sale soon, Super 5. Then Golems and the Atlas is just so retro these days. It can't be arsed, hey Meta, to log in and ship your Terranite. Astropub worked out we had a new ship every month since October. It's crazy. You want a new ship every week, hey Super 5? Beer. Well, maybe I should have a beer. Actually, beer or coffee? Which one? Beer or coffee? Alright. So this is a bit frustrating. I want somewhere I can hang my backpack up on. Wrong channel for beers and party. Shrin's outside. Knock, knock. What's going on, Shrin? There's no gate crashing today, buddy. No gate crashing today. The door doesn't open. I'm sorry, my friend. You know, the only true and 99.9% working gameplay mechanic we have is purchasing new concept ships. Salvage mech soon would be sweet. Alright, so we've managed to complete 2 of our missions. So what are these guys from Rayari are interested in? More Tundra Copion horns. Where are we? We're at Hex. Okay. So these guys want them. We have 20. So I guess we could accept this mission and head on over to Cantwell over on Clio. We can cash that in. More Marok gems. Maybe we should have collected more Marok gems, man. You could... Okay, so you could just... So these ones, the Marok gems and the Copion horns, you could farm these. Because as we found with the Maroks, with the birds, for some reason they just die in droves. And so whenever you find like a spawn point of the birds, and there's 3 or 4 birds flying around, there's a dozen of them dead on the ground. So the Marok gem ones are good for farming because they're quick and simple. Whenever you find the spawns of Maroks, they'll always be, well, in the experience we've had tonight, there's always loads of them on the ground. And then these ones here, I guess they're just going to have to be the opportunity ones for, you know, when you find these things in loot crates, like Rantadung you can find in caves and stuff. Prota you can find in caves. And then, yeah, Revenant Pods, the Amiyoshi Plague, you know, those other ones, you just find them in loot crates around the place. Sunset Berries and... These ones that only pay 52k, so we need Jacklium, hey? Resources hard to come by, but we have it on good authority that the old Hathor mining facilities were built in areas with a high concentration of the ore. Since Hathor went defunct not long after establishing the operations in system, there's a good chance that activating one of these mining lasers could provide you with what you need. Okay, so even this one, we need to go activate those Hathor mining lasers, hey? Oh, excuse me, our research team is working tirelessly on solving the current regen crisis and addressing the issue of unstable imprints. Their work has produced promising results, but a lack of key resources is impeding their ability to run further experiments. You can find the sites, OLP, Orbital Laser Platform, the dishes 3 times on surface underneath. We have mappers. Okay, let's have a look. Obituary. See, the game doesn't make a great deal of sense, right? Let's have a look at, again, from a new player perspective. Let's have a look at these collection missions, right? Let's just go to Rayari. We'll pick up this one. We received word from our supplier that increased demand combined with lower mining yields means we won't receive our scheduled shipment for another few months. Our research team can't wait that long and we're hoping you can help. The resource is hard to come by, but we have it on good authority that the old Hathor mining facilities were built in areas with a high concentration of the ore. Since Hathor went defunct not long after establishing the operations in system, there's a good chance that activating one of these mining lasers could provide you with what we need. Okay, so we're looking for something called Hathor, right? From a new player perspective, you read this description, and what you take away from that is you're looking for these Hathor mining facilities, right? So what would you do? I'd go to the map and, you know, zoom out. I'd go have Atreyu, you pain in the butt. I'd go and have a look for Hathor. No? Facilities? Klesha, Shubin processing? Mining? Shubin mining facilities? ArtCorp mining facilities? Benson mining outpost? So immediately there's nothing here that I can find from the description of the contract, right? Let's have a look in our journal. Updated contract manager improves star map, better nutrition, regeneration of basic first aid, guide to Stanton wildlife, new United April 2955. Okay, so here we go. Imprints no longer viable for majority of population. In a press conference today, representatives from Biotic Corp announced that regeneration is failing at an alarming rate. In spite of Biotic Corp's historic track record of successful regeneration in 99% of past cases, we can confirm that due to unknown factors, the process has recently begun to fail the majority of the time. While we investigate the issue, customers are advised to be extra cautious, but please be assured that we have our best minds working on resolving the problem. The people of Terra suspected that something was amiss after an explosion rocked downtown New Austin last month, and a shocking number of imprinted people failed to regenerate. Mirabelle Niven, a retired school teacher, lost her twin sons, Oris and Delamont Niven, in the blast. "We spent so much getting imprints," she told the Gazette via Spectrum. "The rep promised us it would work, so we were sure it was worth it. Now my boys are dead." Hospitals struggle to cope with the influx of queries. Okay, so there's not much here that's given us. It's just letting us know that something's going on. 13 people injured in triggerfish prank that spiraled wildly out of control after a man pretended to fall off a platform in Orison. Oh, so these are the news articles, right? Forager's Guide, Hurston Dynamics, Microtep, Arc Corp, Crusader Industries. These are all jurisdictionary sort of things. Okay, so there's nothing in here in the journal about the Hathor stuff. Nothing else that I could think of to have a look through here. It's not going to be anything in comms. So yeah, outside of these Rayari missions, we haven't been able to do thorough scans. There's a strong belief among our teams that Hathor's defunct orbital laser platforms. Okay, so reactivating these OLP could be your best hope of acquiring what we need. Okay, so they didn't mention anything about these OLPs here. So let's have a look for... I think we tried for orbital before. No. OLPs. Okay. So here we found some OLPs. Atritus, Raptura, Vivera, and Lamina. So we found it, eventually. In which contract? This one. These other ones don't mention the OLP. But we found it from here. Sorry, I forgot to mute the mic. I know there's interference from my addiction machine. If we had player bounties in the rep system in, more people... if we had player bounties and the rep system in, more people will do Hathor. As it stands at the moment, it locks far too many people out due to the Murdo Hobo PvP going on. Yeah, that's what I've heard. These missions, you know, you could load up LM Studio with AI models, a bit of Python script by AI, and have the SC AI do all this stuff, thus save tons of time. What do you mean, Super 5? And if need be, you could have the AI tell you all about its experience in Star Citizen in compressed TLDR form. Type OLP. Yeah, well, you know, it took us some time to get there, but again, from a new player perspective, you know, we went through the first mission. What eventually got us there, obviously, was the OLP, was this bit here. This bit, this bit here, this paragraph, can't highlight it, should be here. Or at least the clue to be able to look up in the map OLP. Does the mission give a waypoint? Well, which mission? Ah, right, the mission here. Let's have a look. Collect Jacklium. Let's accept this. Oh my word! Let's track this. Alright, let's go have a look. Okay, so I deliver shipment. So I get a waypoint to deliver the shipment, but I don't think I get a waypoint on where to start. Keyword should. yeah, 100%. Sorry, Shin, I know that you're keen to jump in, man. You know, and I've been saying this for such a long time that I do need to jump in, and we do need to get into Discord and, you know, play together. And I know that I've been saying that for a long time, and we will. But I'm in full exploration mode right now, man. So we get a waypoint to deliver. Now I can't see anything else. Deliver 20. I'm assuming that's SCU of ore or Jacklium. It's an ore. So the mission says the resource is hard to come by, but what we have found it on good authority that the old Hathor mining facilities. Okay, so let's have a look. We're gonna have a look. Since when did exploration become synonymous with confused? OLP. Okay, so there's one on Daymar. OLP. Raptura. Over on Aberdeen. Decommissioned. The orbital laser platform is owned and operated by the Hathor Group. OLP. Vivera. Where the hell's this? That's on Aberdeen. Hang on, wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah. So it looks like there's two on Aberdeen. One and two on Daymar. Yeah. Okay, so that medical beacon before came from one of these locations. Ah, I see now. I'm pretty sure it's just 20 of the ore, but isn't ore always, you know... Isn't that mined with a prospector ore? Or is Jacklium a gem? A team of 10 is good to do Hathor. Crazy talk, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, I'm keen to do this mission here. Go to security post Thackeray. Over on Daymar. I'm certain that these are just the same sort of Hurge Quirtlers as the UGFs, the same sort of missions. It's most likely a gem, you reckon, Potato? Does anyone know in the Carrack where it tells you if your landing gear is deployed or not? I can't see anything here on my HUD. It's a hand or geominable gem. Why do they call it an ore? Say, there's Rhino with the advanced HUD, ladies and gentlemen. What did I say just before? When Rhino, you hadn't turned up yet, and I was saying I can't see it when my landing gear's down. And I'd mentioned if Rhino was here, he'd be talking about the advanced HUD. Why do they call it an ore, right? Because ore is synonymous with prospecting and refinery jobs and the different types of ore that you mine. Whereas all of the gems that we mine when we're rock mining, either FPS or with a rock, they're called gems. We call them gems. It's not ore. That term ore is never anywhere. Under the speed thing is where you've been seeing it. Are you talking about like this tiny little thing here? This thing? So my landing gear is down. Let's put the landing gear back up. Okay, so that tiny little red thing that appears down here is my gear. Alright, let's head on over to the Crusader. Relabel/renaming. It's a method to filter out the pro versus noobs. Seem to work in CIG's favor. I think they just lack an understanding of how the majority of people play their game. That's what I think. What's going on here with this one? Contracts. Mercs Canaries. Okay, we want to track this one. Ah, hell, man. Well, let's jump around. We're at Crusader, aren't we? There we go. Nope. 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 Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Set a course for Daymar.
The star map is being updated, sir.
I've got it. I've got it already. Don't worry about it. There we go. 800 mil funding. It seems AG knows what they're doing, although part of community may not believe that. Look, they're building something. They're building stuff, especially on the scale that they're building. I'm not talking about just the game here, but a company. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. And a good quantity of that money hasn't been spent on the game. Why the hell is it still tracking that mission? It's been spent on them building their company. All right, here we go. Let's go! Put it another way, if they were totally clueless, they wouldn't got that much money, nor gotten this far with tech, etc. It's true. All right. Oh, sunlight landing. We got daylight. I can see what I'm doing. All right, so I'm pretty sure this is just a regular UGF, right? Because security post Thackeray. Boy. Is a UGF. So this just looks like another organization that we can build rep with. Crusader Industries controlled area. Okay, so we don't need to worry about turrets. Looks like a UGF. Got a whole bunch of ships. Deploy landing gear.
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
We land on a building or something. Oh my god, look at that tiny little post there. I'm pretty sure we're on a rock at the back there too, aren't we? Who the hell knows, man? Okay, so we need to make sure that we got ourselves properly equipped. The improvements in the NPCs is awesome, man. Money well spent. The NPCs are certainly better. At least, I mean, these guys in the combat and stuff. But we badly need just regular civilian NPCs. People to engage with, people to talk to, people to get missions from. Just, you know, on a level of engagement. Best thing to do is to try to party up, crouch so you don't accidentally get killed. You know, I'm not doing any of the Hathor missions right now. Worry about all that stuff later on. Because, yeah, it sounds like those are sort of group missions. So we'll do those in a group. Okay, well, let's get rid of this. Because I like mine better. Alright, let's go. This fucking PA is so good. Bad time to be looting stuff until we've secured the area, but you know. Take that dude's jacket. Take this dude's jacket. 2,500 credits per jacket. Thank you very much. I shall have your jacket, please. Free jacket dudes, man. $7,500 credits in jackets. We really should have emptied out our backpack, hey, because of course I'm not going to be able to stop myself from looting stuff. Hey. Ooh. Another jacket man. Let's grab his jacket. Maybe his sidearm. What? Oh man, my backpack's full, man. That's right, let's finish the mission. This PA is so good. GTA 6 is over 2 billion and by an already established studio has taken 15 years and would just be reskin GTA 5 with no real new tech. It's the big problems with established studios. They for most part don't care. I don't dare put all their money into investing new tech. The hunt's your favourite part, is it? I don't mind the hunt either. I think they try to polish old tech to try out new franchise. Well, this is the thing, you know, CIG are breaking tech boundaries. They're trying to push technology further. Someone just got blasted!
Enough of this shit!
Oh, rude.
Can't stay here.
Alright, we can grab a 4x scope of one of these P4s that are down here. Thought he was going to be stuck in there for a minute.
Bit of a ruckus. On my way to find out the cause.
Bit of a ruckus. On my way to find out the cause.
Wonder how long you can keep quiet.
Contract complete. Alright, we want to strip a scope off of one of these P4s for our fellow. Oh, hang on a second. We're gonna have to do some fandangling, aren't we? Let's put this in here. Oh god, backpack's full. Right. We'll just take it with us, eh? No loot boxes I'd seen anywhere. Guess what we could do? It's been a long time since I've seen anything fall through the ground, hey? Let's put this on the ground. Let's grab this. Let's grab the scope. Let's grab this. We'll put the scope on this one. Oh, hang on. No, that's the wrong thing. Boy. We want to put the scope on that gun. There we go. Right. So I like the P4 with just this ×2 reflex sight on it. And I like the... no, that's the wrong button. And I like the P8 with the ×4 on it. Beautiful. Man, this P8 is such a nice weapon. Such a nice weapon. It's stable. It's the single shot. You know, I don't think it has a burst mode or anything. It's like a battle rifle, right? You know, single shot, semi-auto. All right, so Foxwell missions are pretty much just the same as the normal UGFs. Now, I guess we could do some looting, hey? Actually, that'd be fun as a group activity, just, you know, go run a whole bunch of these bunkers. I don't think that mercenary rep or anything like that is working right now. I saw in global chat earlier on, you know, when I logged in earlier today, that people were saying that mercenary rep isn't working. People saying they did, you know, a dozen bunkers and their rep didn't go up at all. So Foxwell enforcement. Hang on, we're not building rep for Rayari? Even though we've done some missions for Rayari? That's alright. Let's get out of here. Alright, so what's left now? We had a look at the Geo last week. We've done some missions for Wicklow. Most of the missions for Wicklow now are sort of multi-step sort of stuff. So
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Cat Weasel is now following on Twitch.
Weasel.
Welcome to After Dark.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here with me. So the Karenite, the Jacqueline, we need to do the Herge Quirtler missions, the Hathor laser missions. I'm assuming the Parallax Energy Assault Rifle is one of the Vault weapons that we can get from doing that mission as well. Obviously the Marok gems we can get from the birds, the fried sea nut with sauce. Interesting one. Wicklow favors. Turn things to favors. Bring 50 Karenite and we get favors. Yeah, so it looks to me, Alaprat skewers, I think we need to go to Pyro to get those. Most of the Wicklow ones, we need to do these orbital laser platforms. $24 SCU of Quantanium. Wicklow will give you Polaris bits if you want to trade Quantanium. Work like favors. Help Wicklow remember how much you give. So I'm assuming then we can trade those, or part of those. Want big ship, but not too big. Okay, so if we bring him, what, 25 times 8? What's that? 200 SCU of Quantanium? We can get 8 Wicklow favors, and then 8 Wicklow favors, he'll give us a big ship, but not too big. Yeah, Wicklow is all about the Hathor stuff. Can't avoid it. Yeah, it looks like it. So the Tundra Copian horns and Marok gems, good ones to farm for Rayari. And then obviously it's got a couple of the Hathor ones in there as well. And then coupled with these random, you know, harvestables that aren't necessarily harvestable, or at least, you know, from what we had a look at earlier on, don't seem to be harvestable. At least out there in the wilderness. Teddy Bear, how are you, my friend? Thanks for joining us on Twitch. Alright, let's roll-y-oly. Let's get out of here. So the Foxwell missions are just another organization for which we can run security. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
So I'm assuming whilst we're out here around the Crusader area, I'd be able to do the Crusader security work assessment. Security post Opal on Yella. Please note that we already have security personnel on site, so you'll have to be careful with regards to friendly fire. So we could do Crusader security. Does the rep... I don't think the rep... dossier... Location founded headquarters leadership. Foxwell. It's a private security form. I know that previously the rep for, you know, if you had rep with competing organizations, you know, that would cause a problem. Founded by retired police officers in the Coral system, Foxwell Enforcement provides low-cost security consultancy to those who need it most. The company hoped this altruism would lead to financial reward, but instead, they've been forced to cut corners and loosen hiring practices to survive. Many companies still hire Foxwell because they're affordable, but their low wages make it hard to retain skilled security contractors. Well, I don't know. I got paid the same for that mission as I would for, you know, Crusader security. They're offering me 36 grand to do their work assessment. Isn't that what I got from Foxwell? Maybe that's a security assessment. Maybe Foxwell will pay me less, hey? hauling opportunities. And that's about it in terms of contracts, yeah? What do we do now, man? No more missions. Obviously, we've got the hauling ones, and we can do bounties and stuff, but it's all over, folks. Service beacon, salvage hauling, bounty hunter, tracker training permit. We can go kill a VLRT in our Karak if we wanted to. These criminals traditionally fly smaller ships. The Bounty Hunters Guild. We're a probationary guild member. Alright, let's head on back to my corner of Stanton. And we'll take our quick go into the theatre, and you have an intermission. And I shall make my coffee. And we shall return. You do get different missions in, say, Crusader than Stanton. Are you talking about the different missions in Pyro? Oh yeah, that's true. We can go to Pyro and check out some Pyro stuff. I haven't done a lot of missions out in Pyro. Excuse me. I know there's handyman missions and stuff in Pyro, isn't there? I'm thinking you're grinding the Stanton hauling missions, making about $1 million an hour with the Hull C halfway through the experienced level. Rhino saying the handyman missions have been taken out again. That's a bummer. I guess we could, start unlocking some of these hauling contracts. Let's do it. Let's do it. There's a medical mission in Pyro that done within a station for, say, 24k. Don't even have to use your ship. One thing that I really miss is the distribution center missions. I haven't seen those pop up for a while. Alright, quick mission. Pick up 9 SCU of titanium from Seraphim and take it down to Orison. Hey, wait. Contracts. I want to untrack that one. I want to track this hauling one. Collect shipment. What? Set a course for Seraphim Station.
Acknowledged.
Alright, let's go to Seraphim. We'll get these non-SCU. That was one of the things that I enjoyed, Gunslinger, was stacking different missions on top of each other and looking through the list and going, oh, I can pick this up from here, take that to there, and then when I'm there I can get this and then take that to there because I'm picking this up from here, and figuring out your hauling, route. Maverick 1. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Where is my hangar? Hangar request completed. There we go, Croucher's large hangar. Which side? It's on the other side. Here we go. Seraphim. Hey. Oh, goodness me. Clipped a wall. Clipped a wall. Just lined us up nicely for the cargo freight elevator. Oh, dear me, ladies and gentlemen. You melted your Inferno, Teddy Bear? Oh, I don't know if I should get a Vulture or a Prospector. I have a Taurus for bounties and cargo. The Vulture's nice and chill, man. And that's a nice, quick, easy way to make money. Unless you like the whole idea of variety, then the Prospector gives you the option to, you know, go looking for specific sorts of stuff. You know, specific ores and... I don't know, I like the Vulture. I like the salvaging. It's just nice and simple, brain dead sort of work. The Prospector complements the Taurus for mining and selling. True, but I mean, now that we can stockpile salvage and stuff, you're no longer having to like land at a landing zone and then go to the TDD to sell your RMC and stuff. I've got another backpack here. And I've got backpacks all over the place. Now that you can stockpile RMC, you can go out in your Vulture and then land back at any station, stockpile all of that RMC, go back out and just keep doing that until you've got, you know, a ship's load of stuff to take. And, you know, one thing I'm really hoping we get in the future is if I've got 150 RMC stored in my warehouse, can I please get it out of my warehouse in 16 SCU boxes, please? Rather than 150, you know, 1 SCU containers. I've got 120 SCU stored in my warehouse. Give it to me in, you know, X size boxes. Why are we using this silly little thing? Oh, because we don't have the other one easily accessible. I think it's in the baku. Dynamically sizing cargo will be very helpful. Yeah, 100%. You know, there may be a reason why you want to have it delivered to you in 1 SCU boxes. But then, you know, conversely, you know, there's probably a greater reason why you want it to be given to you in 32 SCU boxes. Especially for a commodity or something that you've stored. That, and then refinery jobs being able to be sent to your warehouse rather than a specific ship. Just send it to my warehouse. Put it in my warehouse, please, and I'll grab it later on. Those two things, God, they'd be so good. Mr. RPG fan, how are you? I'm very well, thank you, mate. I'm very well. We're just pottering around, checking out some of the new Rayari missions, hopefully trying to find stuff randomly out in the wilderness which didn't go according to plan. Alright, what we need to do right now is go find our tractor beam. Where the hell's our tractor beam? Oh, you know where it is. Oh, God, it's in the frickin' armory, all the way at the back of the ship. It's not. You posted that idea on Spectrum, Gunslinger? It's a good idea. It's a good idea. It's something that would be a lovely quality of life improvement. Simple solution for items under the 5 key. Have us be able to bind which items hold 5 to use and tap 5 to go through them. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm so tired of tapping my, you know, the 5 key and that freaking med gun, man. It's always the first one to come out, and I'm like, I don't want this goddamn med gun, man. Carrack is just a great all-round ship. In most places, we'll take it for a random hauling mission as well. It's such a great ship. Much bigger than that, and you can't do as much in my opinion. Yeah. Such a good ship. I love the Carrack. You know, I'm not one to get into fights too often, but, you know, now that it's got a couple of pilot-controlled weapons, it just makes things just, you know, a little bit more comfortable. And you couldn't sell your ore at outposts from SCU boxes, which was stored in the warehouse, or from the ship in SCU boxes. How do you normally do it? Ren, when you say ore, are you talking about gems that you've got from rock mining? Or if you're talking about ore, then ore you need to sell at a refinery. Either raw ore, or you need to refine it, and then once you've refined it, you need to take it to a TDD. Or the Fane Malign gems. Ah. Okay. What have I got on me that we can use to... Ah, this will do. Alright, so you've got a container, right? Actually, there's a video on the channel. I think it's called How I Sell Gems from Freight Elevators or something. So we've got our container, right? And in our container, we've got some gems. I think it means the refinery isn't picking up the containers. And they're talking about selling the Fane Malign gems, right? So you got a container with some gems in it. You want to sell these gems, right? So you're at an outpost. Put that on the freight elevator. You need to move those gems into the inventory. The gems. So you've got the container. It's got your gems in it, right? Send this container down into your warehouse. Once the container is in your warehouse, you can put it back on the freight elevator, open it up, drag the gems out into the inventory. Now they're separately accessible in the inventory. They're no longer in the container. Close the container. Send your container back up. And now the gems themselves are in the inventory at the outpost. Now you can go inside to the admin building at the outpost and click on, you know, sell option, look in the inventory, and you'll see those gems there. If they're inside a box, it won't work. They need to be outside the box in the inventory, and you go through that little process to make it so. Thanks a lot. You're very welcome, Ren. I appreciate you watching and hanging out with me tonight. Let's send that box back down. Put it back on the freight elevator. Open it up. Let's put that in there. I think everything else we can leave there right now. I don't think we need any of that stuff. We'll send my box back up so we can take my box with me along with my Marok gems. It'll save so much time rather than just selling backpack loads. Yeah, 100%. Teddy Bear. It's off to make his coffee. All right, look, whilst we're here in the relative comfort of wherever the hell we are, Seraphim Station, I think now's a perfect time for a quick intermission. I'm going to go make my coffee as well. They're not freshly roasted beans, but they'll be freshly ground. And then we'll go deliver all this stuff down to Orison. We might go do some shopping, buy some sandwiches, get some food. Get some real food. All right. Let's get on the ship where I can feel a little bit more safer. Let's cruise around. Atreyu?
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Stay active. Alright, lovely. He's going to take a step forward and a step back every 2 minutes so we don't get timed off. I'm sure I shall be back very, very quickly. I shall return momentarily. Oh boy. Who else heard that explosion? I was like, that better not be my ship, man. Oh boy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for our intermission, we should go back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. How do we start every stream here at After Dark? The good old Tim Tam Slam. Now that I've got myself a very tasty, very hot, very fresh cup of coffee, we should get a Tim Tam involved in this situation. What is a Tim Tam? If you've watched the start of any of the streams here at After Dark, you'd be very, very familiar. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. Then it's all wrapped up in more chocolate, making this Australia's favourite biscuit. We're going to use this biscuit, Australia's favourite chocolate biscuit. Would you believe it? Like a straw. We're going to slurp up our favourite hot beverage. Now, in my case, I've got a hot coffee here. We started the stream with a hot chocolate. You could use whatever you want. If it's hot, it's going to melt the inside of this biscuit and turn it into a delicious gooey mess. We're going to shove it in our cake hole. It's going to be entirely delicious. This is our cake hole right here. It's going to be entirely delicious. It's going to give us the energy to continue. To prepare this biscuit to act like a straw, we need to remove a little bit of the top and a little bit of the bottom. I like to bite off the opposite corners. That exposes the inside of this biscuit and allows it to act like said straw. With our biscuit properly prepared, we can now slurp up our favourite drink, completing the Tim Tam Slam cycle. Oh yeah. Now, because I know if I don't have another one of these Tim Tams, they will all be gone in the morning by the time I wake up in the afternoon for my night shift. By the Ninja. Falcor, they're so good. It's so good. It really is the only way to eat a Tim Tam. Oh, make sure when you do this that there's no little holes in the chocolate. If there is, bite that corner, not the opposite one like I did. Oh no, it's melting already. Shove it in your mouth. Dip it. Because as you can imagine, a straw that has a hole in the side of the straw isn't going to act like a straw anymore. Delicious. Oh, I needed both of those things. The Tim Tam and the coffee. Stop. All right, let's kill that stay active command. All right, let's go. Nope, that's the wrong button. Oh God, we're slowly dying. 18% hydration. Woohoo! Let's jump in the med bed. Let's head on down to Orison. Let's go deliver our boxes of titanium and unlock ourselves the holding profession. And I think at some stage we're going to have to start, having another look at collecting some of these resources for Rayari. I do have to say I'm a little disappointed that there's no rep path for Rayari. How that rep would look. I'm not really sure what sort of extra missions it would unlock. Like when you increase your rep with Crusader Security or Hurston Dynamics or any of the mercenary sorts of missions, they give you basically essentially higher paying contracts, and you basically need to kill more baddies. So, you know, from that perspective, they could have done the same thing here with Rayari. As you build your rep with Rayari, they ask you to bring them more of something, or, you know, multiple different types of things in the one mission that pays out more money. Again, another good opportunity that I'm sure at some stage will be expanded upon in the future, but at this point in time, you know, an opportunity gone to waste. Need to order some more Tim Tams, hey Glutrino. It's well worth it. Just stick with the original Tim Tams. Don't get all excited about the double choc and stuff, and stick clear of the caramel, because the caramel ones, you know, the caramel doesn't melt, and it's just, you know, the Tim Tam, the original Tim Tam is the one and only. It is the one. The one. All the others are just heresy. It's really all it is. Let's go. Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
Set a course for Orison.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Suggest rock mining on Fuego. Yeah, Rhino was just talking about that before. He said Fuego is the new Ignis. Yeah, I didn't get too far through my my surveying the other day. I did all of the moons around Microtech. Went to Walla, then jumped over to Pyro, went to Pyro 1, and then I ran out of time, and I was like, okay, well, I've got to get ready for workings, or I've got to get ready to go to bed. One of those two options is what interrupted my surveying. Runners on Fuego right now. Bane Malign being the gem that we're looking for now. Right, one of the other things that I wanted to go through tonight as well was a little bit more on A Life Uncharted. With everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Because as I mentioned earlier on, I'm quite keen to sit down and script through Where Dost It Be? And script through using something like Natural Reader. Like these sorts of... You know, this would make it very quick and very easy. And you guys could really help me with this in terms of posting up your missions on Discord. Exclamation mark, which I like to call here at After Dark a shout. You know, like we have hashtag, just don't give a fuck. A shout Discord in the chat. Exclamation mark Discord. It just sounds so lame. It sounds so corporate. Exclamation mark Discord. Shout Discord in the chat. Shout is the exclamation mark. You know, let's get it trending, people. Come on. There's enough of us here to make this a thing, really, I think. Yeah, come on. Shout Discord in chat for a link to the Discord.
Oh, hey there. Don't mean to be troublesome, but I need some help with something. My brother over at New Babbage has been looking for a red helmet he lost on an expedition to Walla over near Arcorp. Any chance you have some time to help out? He spent some time over on Calliope but had no luck. I'm sure he'd pay you well.
So I could use Natural Readers. These are the commercial voices available for Natural Readers. RPG, you're either trolling me. Exclamation mark Discord. I'm calling it a shout, damn it. So that as I'm adventuring around with Argo, I can program a whole bunch of these sorts of voice, these narrations, if you will, into the Life Uncharted rule set. So instead of just having the text in the big, the quest log that we have in the Life Uncharted rule set on the spreadsheet, we can have these voice narrations and stuff, and I think it just add a little bit more to Argo's experience. So I want to have a look at some of that shortly. Jump into the rule set for a little bit. I know it's not terribly exciting, but it's been a while since I've looked at a Life Uncharted. We will have an episode on Sunday. I've got a shift scheduled tonight, Saturday. We'd normally have we're trying to get back to Friday, Saturday, Sunday streams. So we may not have one on Saturday. If we do, so what am I working Saturday? It's a stupid shift. I think it's only 8:30 to 1 or something like that. I think the international crew have a freighter or something coming in and they need some competent people to help because they're all incompetent. I work in domestic freight. All the international guys are, like I said, a little bit incompetent. So they get some of us domestic guys to come and help out. Who said they fly 747s earlier on? I think there's a 747 coming in. Singapore Airlines cargo coming in. So we shall strip and load that. So there may not be a stream tomorrow. Or tonight, I guess. It's almost 2:30 in the morning. I don't think I've ever landed in a large hangar here at Orison. I'm not entirely sure where the door is. Or is it just a hangar? Is that the door opening at the top? It is. It is. It's a little glitchy here. Where are the frames, man? We've all gone on holiday to freaking Pyro. Buy some more FPS. We do. We need some more frames, man. Oh, God. It's crunchy. It's crunchy. All right. Are we on the ground? I think we're on the ground, right? We are on some... all right, there's the freight elevator. Lovely. Let's get some engines off. Go transport our significant amount of cargo, our 9 SU of titanium. We're a hauler, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a space trucker. Let's go, my sub-capital. Hauling 9 SCU of titanium. And so there's a bunch of voices there on natural readers in the commercial quality or commercial section, which I have to use for the YouTubers. So at least that gives us some variety for, quests. Quest dialogue. And, for me, I enjoy short story writing and, it will be fun to write a whole bunch of, little custom quests and stuff. Multi-part quests, do this, then do that, and then, do this, and once you've done that, you'll get this. Because it's lovely to see the Rayari missions bringing some of the collectibles. I won't call them harvestables because at this stage I haven't found a way to reliably harvest those things. It's nice to see them making use of those collectibles. And until they continue to flesh that out and add more depth and more detail, and then eventually make those collectibles actually harvestable in the wild, I need to keep working on A Life Uncharted. It's like $50 for 70 million AUEC. So what would it be for some extra FPS? $50 for 70 million AUEC, hey? I'd probably do that. Nah, no way, man. I'm interested in the story in the game. We're not, you know, when I say story, I don't mean the Star Citizen story, right? Because there's no Star Citizen story. I'm interested in my character's story. Again, another reason why Argo is just so much fun to play. So yeah, we need to have another look at that. I'm very tempted to, you know, flesh the system out a little bit more, add some more details, and then maybe, you know, the king is dead, long live the king sort of thing. We start again and test out the system again from the beginning. Because, you know, it's going to be a while before Star Citizen is at the point where I'm like, I don't need to do anything now because the game has everything I want in it. Until it's at that point, I'm always going to be, you know, saying I want the game to be able to do this, I want the game to be able to do that. And until it's at that point, I'm going to have to make that myself. So we'll do a little bit of work on A Life Uncharted, and then, you know, perhaps Argo's imprint doesn't regen, and, you know, there's a crisis going on, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to help Rayari sort this situation out. Yes, sir. Complete the mission, please. Hey, have a look, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now a bona fide space trucker. I just passed my legitimization and can now take cargo all over the place. Oh, goddamn 9 SEO titanium. We the goddamn trucking hero. A bit of math puzzle, that one. 2 hours of ordinary work at $25 an hour, or what, 50 plus hours in game to grind the same AUEC. Yeah, give me the 50 plus hours, man. As long as it's engaging, you know, gameplay, and you know, we're a long way from being able to do that. All right, so hauling 30 hauling contracts. Rookie, 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 rookie. Crazy. It's a bit different to CIG's official packs of $20 for 20,000 UEC. Which is handy to have. I always start with 1 million. Yeah. Alright, so we've got a whole bunch of hauling contracts now. Nice little contracts. This one taking us all over the place. Collect stims from Seraphim Station. So one of the things, when this first came in, I really enjoyed just sitting here going, okay, so let's have a look. Where am I? I'm at freaking Orison, right? So go through, have a look, collect anything from Orison, and normally a lot of them will be from Seraphim Station, because obviously we're in the Crusader sector. And then put my chain together. Fly here, drop that off, pick this up, you know, and you know, do that whole little puzzle sort of thing. Alrighty. Should there not be an exit here? We flew in. Isn't the exit normally like in the front of the hangar, or is it off to the side? How the hell do we get out of here? Is it behind us? How is it behind us? We flew in through the doors there. Is this it? Personal. It can't be behind us. Oh no, we came in through the roof. We came in through the roof, ladies and gentlemen. It all makes sense. I flew in from above. Yes, I did, Rhino. That is, you are correct. Soon Tony gets his economy system into the game. Then we can see about real cost of fuel, repair ships, profit per hour in-game, etc. Do I have a backpack here? No. Alright, is there really any reason at this point in time to go exploring around Orison? We have 22 Copion horns in our backpack, by the way. We can go complete another Rayari mission.
Greetings. I am Galinda, a voice crafted for the mystical and the magical. My voice resonates with an otherworldly allure, making me the perfect choice for enchanting your fantasy books and setting the scene in captivating video games.
I don't think so. No.
Hello, I'm Michael, your go-to voice for a refined and mature touch. My voice carries an orton resonance that's perfect for narrating audiobooks and tackling those lengthy projects. If you're seeking a narrator who can effortlessly guide listeners through the pages of a story or the intricacies of complex content, I'm here to deliver.
What is Glinda going to say about this, hey?
Oh, hey there. Don't mean to be troublesome, but I need some help with something. My brother over at New Babbage has been looking for a red helmet he lost on an expedition to Walla over near Arc Corp. Any chance you have some time to help out? He spent some time over on Calliope but had no luck. I'm sure he'd pay you well.
Oh, dear Lord. Alright, let's go hand in these Copion horns while we've got them. And then I might bring up the Life Uncharted. This is where things get incredibly boring from now on, folks. I'm terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. But I'd like to have a look at the Life Uncharted. And have a think about what we do on Sunday. Whether we continue on. I did log in a couple of days ago and redid Argo's avatar. Oh no, I didn't. Oh yes, I did. I did it on this account, but it should be fine, right? Like if I log in, oh maybe it won't. I need to log into Argo's account. Maybe I need to recreate Argo on Argo's actual account. Like recreated Argo on this account, on my Crouch account, on my main account. Assuming that if I logged in with Argo's account, I'd still have access to the characters that I've created in the, the Biotic Corp character creator. So far, those text-to-speech AI doesn't really live up all that well to natural part. Well, look, they're certainly better than a lot of the text-to-speech engines I've looked at, which sound very AI. These ones certainly, you can still hear it, but they're certainly much better. And there's over 300 different voices, but not all of them can be used commercially. So, there's some limitations on the number of voices that I can use. I guess I could try and clone different voices. I don't know how that goes from a commercial perspective or me using them on YouTube. I know there was a YouTube channel all about Warhammer 40k lore that was narrated in David Attenborough's voice, and then that got shut down after a little bit of time. He was like, nope, you gotta stop this, using my voice to talk about orcs killing it, humanity. Alrighty, let's get out of here. Let's find ourselves that contract for Rayari. Okay, back over to Calliope. Jumping all over the system here. Whilst we're on our jump, or as we're on our way out, I guess, start getting some of this stuff queued up. We want to go to Argo. Life Uncharted. Got a couple of quests in the log. Oh, and some quests I haven't been paid for yet. Set a course for Calliope.
Acknowledged.
Deactivate cruise control.
Cruise control has been deactivated, sir.
We're off. So, Life Uncharted. So currently in a Life Uncharted, there's about 25 different missions, right? And then they're duplicated multiple times. Sometimes there's 2 of, sometimes there's 4 of one, etc. And it gives me this total list of 100. And then whenever we visit locations and I talk to, imaginary NPCs, well, they're not imaginary. Normally we go to outposts and stuff, and there's always that guy in the admin office that we go up and then we talk to him, and he'll let us know is there any missions available. People in this area need your help. They've offered you 3 missions. Okay. So then I can determine which missions they are, and it simply picks one of these 100. You're not the boss of me. Except any Moby Glass mission must be completed as a matter of priority. This mission is not added to the quest log. There's not much variation in payouts. No, well, that was one thing that I never really got to, is, balancing out the payout with the actual mission itself. I guess I could randomize the payout, but at this point, in the beginning, and it's a valid point, Rhino. I do need to go through, and that's, I guess, one of the things. Actually, I should put that here in the notes. I don't know what the hell this notes here. Make adjustments to the mission payouts. Mission payouts. based on mission complexity. And then when we've got one of these missions, we simply add it to the quest log. And this one's not obviously added to the quest log. And then as we add things to the quest log, we end up with things to do. For example, don't mix them together brings 5 sunset berries, 4 blue bilver, and 2 pingala seeds, all of which are toxic, which is why the mission's called Don't Mix Them Together. I guess unless you really wanted to kill someone like super quick. And bring these back to the mission location. So this one I picked up from Edmund, and it didn't have an alternate delivery location. So we simply take that back to Edmund, and then we get paid out 3,000 credits. Argo's account would get paid 3,000 credits. And the bank behind all of this is my account that we're currently on, my main account. So I quite like how this process works. What I would like to do is make the missions a little bit more varied, because there's quite a lot of repetition in here. Again, we're keeping in mind that Argo can't use the Moby-Glass to pick up missions unless he specifically gets, like in this case here, you're not the boss of me, a side quest or a mission system that allows him to use the Moby-Glass. And then we did have on Twitch, the quest. I'm already on a quest that people can spend their Tim Tams on. I need to adjust that so it can only be used, maybe twice per stream or once per stream, because when people start throwing their Tim Tams onto those quests, things get out of control. And, one thing I'm always trying to keep in mind is that Argo's adventure is just one fraught with difficulty, right? Which is why he can't use the Moby-Glass, which is why whenever he's able to finally go rock mining, he can afford to buy a rock and have a ship that can carry a rock. He's gonna have to have limitations on that. How long he can go rock mining for, how much of the money he actually gets to keep, or how much does he have to pay to, an agent or something like that. Man, I've got to really go and see my doctor, man. This fucking whatever it's called, whatever it's called in my ear is driving me nuts. So we've got to keep all of that sort of stuff in mind, is that, Argo's not a 0 to hero account. He's just like permanently 0. There's no hero for Argo. Argo's experience is one of just a regular citizen who's, just struggling to survive, makes enough money to get by and put a little away each week. But, he's not making millions and millions of credits, And that's what makes him super fun to play. Is that, it's all about the adventures, not, how much money did I make per hour sort of stuff. Trying to steal Tony Z's job? I think we should have a hashtag bits command that helps your PC backspace for about 10 seconds. No way, man. We have talked about some of that sort of stuff, and it gets to the point where sometimes that sort of stuff becomes a bit brutal. All right, so where the hell are we going now? Deliver our shipment of Copion horns. Look at this, man. We found a backpack that was lost out there in the wilderness. Well, it wasn't exactly lost out there in the wilderness. It was at some outpost somewhere, but now we can take it back. It had more horns in it. Get a double dip at this cherry. So if, for example, like food supplies, right? Let's take this food supplies. And we say, some sort of script, right, that we can play in the stream that just makes it a little bit more interesting. How do you spell the word canyon? Canyon.
Ever had a burrito on the edge of a canyon watching the Daymar rally? Neither have I, but I sure would like to. Any chance you've got the time to bring me some chili burritos and some fresh juice? 3 of each would be legendary.
Oh, it's so ridiculous. It's so silly. It's so good. I love it. So, you know, all that sort of stuff. Having enough missions in there to have some variety that, you know, we're not really experiencing duplications of missions in a specific stream. Argo is the one guy at the orgy not allowed to take his pants off. Yeah, 100%. Mr. Wren, you've got a problem. What's the issue, mate? If I can help, I certainly will try. You hungry, RPG fan? Burritos. Man, these deep trumpets playing as I'm coming into land is not filling me with joy. Don't know what's named, but Nvidia showed off some text-to-speech a couple of years ago. They could use Snoop Dogg's voice. It'll be fun. Hey Snoop, tell me something interesting. Snoop, tell me something interesting.
The Bonner Friendship Museum was established in 2838 on the former United Empire of Earth UE Navy base around Davian 4 to commemorate humanity's long relationship with the Bonner. The museum features a variety of exhibits and artifacts on the history of the alliance between the UE and the Bonner Protectorate. It oversees millions of visitors per year.
That's one of the free text-to-speech engines. And they give you a certain number of credits or a certain number of characters per month or something. And I'm pretty sure that's what that guy was using to run that 40k lore channel on YouTube. Because you can get David Attenborough's voice on there. There's a... Well, not on there. You can get a very similar one. Narrator, tell me something interesting.
The Bonner Friendship Museum was established in 2838 on a former United Empire of Earth UE Navy base around Davian 4 to commemorate humanity's long relationship with the Bonner. The museum features a variety of exhibits and artifacts on the history of the alliance between the UE and the Bonner Protectorate. It oversees millions of visitors per year.
Alright, so let's get our Copian horns into the box. Alright, Ren, back to Ren's question. I've landed at a spot here, and the ramp on the Cutlass, when opened, doesn't allow me to step or jump onto it to enter my vehicle, so I seem screwed. I've landed at a spot here, and the ramp on the Cutlass, when opened, doesn't allow you to step or jump onto it. Is the ramp not on the ground? Or is the ramp on the ground and for some reason there's like an invisible wall there? That's about it. Now get the AI version so you can have it say anything anytime from game. Yeah, that's the next thing, right? Is AI. So I did a little bit of looking around, and you know, there's some AI plugins available now for voice attack. Yeah, there's a slope, so the ramp is off the ground. Yeah, you're in a pickle, my friend. Pickle. Internal error. Please stand by while we address the issue. Delivery failed. Yeah, you're a bit, yeah, you're in one of those positions where, you know, I'd go full crouch mode and, you know, explore every opportunity you have. What are you in? You're in a... Are you in a... Did you say Cutlass Red? Oh, if you're in a Cutlass... Yeah, maybe try opening up the side door, because I think the side door you can vault in through. Oh, did you say you're in a Cutlass Red? Or a Cutlass Black? You're in a Cutlass Black. Yeah, we'll try opening up the side doors. Try jumping in, that's a good suggestion. Okay, it doesn't like that box. The side doors are shut. Yeah, there'll be a button on the side of the Cutlass Black to open the doors. Sorry, I keep vaping into the microphone. I know it creates a whole bunch of static. Sorry. Oh, the Cutty Black has no outside buttons. It's broken. Oh, man. No, you had to open them from the inside of the ship and you can't get into the ship. Do you have any crates or boxes that you can sort of try to create like a little ramp you can jump up into? I think the door's open, Rhino. It's just not closed. It's just not open all the way down to the ground, so you can't jump up onto the ramp because it's elevated. True, the door is already open. Oh, if it... Is the door open or is the door closed? Oh, are you talking about shooting the side door open? Right. I get you. It's a great new another use for the Geo. Yeah, I know. I know. That's what I was saying when I was using it on the weekend. I was like, I don't care if the ramp's sort of not touching the ground because I can just use the geo to, you know, jump up. Oh, we're having a problem here with this elevator, hey. Not if it's in the ship. Yeah, it's true. I don't like the fact that the rear landing gear is not actually on the pad. Oh, it's not on the pad because it's sitting on the building. You didn't realize you'd missed 20 minutes of the stream because it had frozen? Oh no! No! Internal error. Please stand by while we address the issue. Delivery failed. Has it got anything to do with my freaking ship? And we need a quick way to get to the bridge, damn it. I can't imagine why it would have anything to do with my ship. Hey, there we go! Solutions! Use the tractor beam to move the rock onto the ramp and it lowered the ramp. Oh yeah, sometimes if you're having trouble getting into the ship, you can use your rock, put it on the edge of the ramp so it's sort of half hanging off and, you know, but it's still on the ramp. Then you can get into the driver's seat of the rock, even if the rock's high off the ground, as long as you can reach the F interaction button to, you know, enter the rock into seat or whatever it says. Even if you have to jump to press that F key, then you can jump, press the F key, and then when he lands back down, he'll climb up into the rock onto the ramp, and then you can drive up in the ramp. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why can I not move the ship? Here we go. Success. Mission successful. Ah. Ship is on the ground. We're not crashing into either of the freight elevators. Stay away from the freight elevators on the moons. I haven't had any trouble with them for ages. Ages. We were just talking about it before, actually. Or a couple of hours back, but... In this instance, we don't have too many options, right? Because we have to deliver these horns to this location. Which is part of the frustration with these moons when you've got to deliver, you know, cargo and stuff to these places. If the freight elevator's not working, then things can get tricky. Alright, let's try this again. So most people avoid the planetary hauling missions. I know it's a big problem. It's a big problem. All right, let's. Might quickly run over to the other pad and try that. Move the leg away from the elevator. The gun is over the top. I don't know why that would make much of a difference. The gun's not over the top, but it was sitting on top of it. Let's take this for a journey. Nomad! Where's the other pad? Are you shitting me? It doesn't work when we're not on the pad? If the ship is too close to the elevator, it can cause an issue? Oops. Alright, let's move the ship. Swap the Cutlass back to the Connie Taurus. Problem solved. Cargo bay goes down to ground. Built-in tractor beam in a location that makes sense. It's all win-win. It's true, but it is much more expensive than the Cuddy Black. The Connie series, though, are fantastic. I do love them. Connies are crap. I love the Connies. They're so good. They're so good. It would be nice when they get their gold pass and they've got proper... You know, my only issue with the Connies is their stupid weapon racks. Outside of that, I really love them. Very capable ships. Significant amount of firepower. Good shielding. Multi-crew capabilities. You know, you can bring 3 friends with you off on an adventure. Or, I guess, if you wanted to have someone who was a fighter pilot. Yeah, spent a lot of time in my Andromeda. I was really deciding whether I'd take the Carrack out on these adventures or if I'd take the Phoenix. But obviously, we decided on the Carrack. But they're so much fun. I love them. Land on their faces. Yeah, if you can't fly them, you can kiss the ground. But once you get good, they're fun to fly. That's the thing, though, in the Connie, right? It's like it's like the welcome home. Whenever you land somewhere, you just gotta like bow down, give the ground a little kiss, and back safe and sound. It's like a ritual. It's like a little ceremony. Connies go bang when they're attacked by metaships like the Hornet or the F-8C. Well, you know, those are fighters, right? Anything goes bang when they're attacked by fighters. Another solution is owning all ships. Then being able to swap between ships as fast as players change opinion or devs decides to boost nerf as they go along. Alright, hello? Maybe it's in this one. Alright, nothing on the pad now. Oh, someone's kicked all of that stuff off the pad. This is where we were before, alright? With all this hydrogen and stuff. It doesn't say contracted anymore. All the stims don't say contracted anymore. Is this cargo being abandoned now? Can we take this stuff? Before when we were here and we checked it, it said contracted hydrogen. We has, my friend, la situation. La situation. How many meters do you reckon it is between here and the other platform? Or do I need to put it on the ship and then move it closer to the other platform? Let's do... Let's... See if there's a small item in the elevator. Some people like to hide a water bottle in there to sabotage them. Oh no! Thank God you can get back in your ship. Better go sell. The pad got hijacked. Well, it didn't get hijacked. There's other people around, man. This dude's got to land. Found a strange ship on Pyro 4. Guardians of the Seminaris. Amazing. Deserted colossal ship. Looked amazing. That's incredible. I can't use a tractor beam in my own ship? It's crazy talk, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy talk. Okay, so the only way we can turn in these copion horns is on the freight elevator by lowering them down on the freight elevator. These freight elevators worked just before. When we were here, obviously the first time we turned in this this quest. There's our box. We could just crush this dude's ship. Oh, I think he's trying to take the hydrogen. He's taking the hydrogen. Oh no, he's going across the other elevator. It's going across the other one. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. What's he doing? There's all the discarded cargo. Alright, I kind of want my box back. To get my box back, it is sitting over there. I think we kind of at least need to have 1 foot on the pad, right? Right, at least I've got to be on the pad. At least I've got to be on the pad. And then we should be able to get my box back. And then from here... Beautiful landing. Alright, let's see. Only had to move the leg away from the elevator. Well, moving the whole ship didn't make any difference, so I'm assuming moving my leg away from the elevator wouldn't have made any difference either. Alright, let's get my box back. We'll try the other platform. The dude that's down there is obviously having trouble because he's moving stuff from one elevator to the other. Sometimes it's just balked on it. It seems like it, doesn't it? It seems like it. Yeah, I didn't think the ship had anything to do with the issue. Because, I mean, it didn't the last time we were here. And I can't see a reason why it would have any difference. Oh, yes, sir! Are you kidding me? Man, we got flung! We got flung! I've fallen over before, but that one was monumental. I think I must have got pushed by the ship a little bit or something. That was amazing. It was sliding along the ground, man. That was crazy. Bummer. WTF indeed. Alright, the talk. Alright, so I'm out of ideas now. Outside of trying the other platform. Let's have a look and see if this guy's still having issues. I think he's putting everything on top of the freight elevator. Maybe he's putting them there for safekeeping for later. Very busy here right now. We've got a C2 landing. There's cargo all over the place, so people are obviously having some issues. And just giving up on their adventures. That's a terrible way to land this ship because with the ramp sticking up in the air like that. It's quite a lot of people here right now. All trying to deliver their copion hauls. No, this is we're trying to deliver some copion horns, gunslinger, for Rayari. Stop calling it a landing. It'd be fine. There's nothing wrong. It's all good. All right. Hydrogen ship ammunition. Quantum fuel. Nah. And no worky. So now it says contracted. It's a standoff. Can't get guns out on my own ship. I believe there were inventory kiosks there. That would work. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier on. You know, we really need... all of these outposts need inventory kiosks. Especially for transferring, like, these small little bits and pieces. All right, well, we might need to come back at some stage. But, you know, I guess we could server hop and whatnot, but this place is obviously having some issues. I don't mind about losing the mission run. I just, it doesn't cost you to take it, and we just pick it back up again. And there's no rep, right, for Rayari, so we're not losing any rep or anything. All right, so far, okay, the following items are blocking the elevator. Okay, so there's some quantum fuel in there that they don't like. It makes all the sounds. But it doesn't actually go down and the door doesn't actually close. No. No worky. Alright, before we head out, I don't think there are any loot boxes in this location. But out of a never-ending... Oh my god, excuse me, a never-ending supply of hope. Let's have a bit of a look around. Yoy. Oh, I've just remembered too. The Crumpet is here. One of our good friends, her daughter, the Crumpet, is sleeping in our bed. Which means I'm either sleeping on the couch, or I'm not sleeping, or I go and sleep in Artax, my camper van. Actually, that'd be quite nice. I haven't slept in Artax for a while now. Super comfy in there. Or we just up until, what's the time? It's almost 3:30. She won't be up until about 8. And then I can go to bed. Excuse me, oh, how professional am I? I'm a real streamer, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you choosing to spend some of your time with me tonight as we mess about here in ye old Star Citizen. Alright, Ren, what's happened? Check this out. I went back to the outpost, put my SEU box full of gems on the warehouse pad, but forgot to press the down arrow on the warehouse console. Walked out of the warehouse to the lobby, remembered I forgot, went straight back, and I've lost all that stash for good. Hang on, why have you lost it? Walked out of the warehouse to the lobby, remembered I forgot, went straight back, and I've lost all that stash for good. Why have you lost that stash? Oh, one other thing I should point out, Ren, about the freight elevators. If you put something on the freight elevator and somebody else clicks the down arrow and sends it down into the warehouse, it will send it to their warehouse. So, yeah, A, I'd check the warehouse first just to see if it's there. And B, if there's anyone else around, they may have put your gems in their warehouse. In which case, yes, you've lost it all. All right, so this dude, for example, is no longer behind the counter. This is a great example, right? So, from a Life Uncharted perspective, you enjoy the streams, do you, RPG fan? I'm entertaining. If you didn't press the down arrow, then the container should still be there on the freight elevator. If the container's not there on the freight elevator, it means somebody else has sent it down. If there's other people around or you noticed anyone else around and your box isn't there anymore, there's no one here. It's dead. What is Super 5 saying? Earlier, if you put any crate on the elevator pad in your own hangar and left the hangar without sending the elevator down, you would also lose those crates. Yeah, that's true. Not sure if that's fixed in 4.1 or not. I'm not sure, but you're not in your own hangar. Hey, Ren, you're at an outpost trying to sell your gems. Okay, so here's a great example, right, of a Life Uncharted. We've come to one of these locations. Normally that NPC who's hiding in the corner is behind these desks. So I'd come over here and I'd like pretend to talk to this dude, blah, 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 blah. And then we'd roll up on the missions table, right? Are there any missions available here? So I like that perspective. Oh, you're at Gaslight. Oh no, you're in the hangar. Okay, you're at Gaslight. Okay, did you check your warehouse? Oh, maybe like Super 5 says, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Oh, okay.
/ you can't get enough damn slams. They've been subscribed for 8 months. Here's my ticket for the one stream per month Kappa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Slash. How are you, my friend? Kind of rude streaming while I'm at work. Well, thank you so much, mate. Thanks for subscribing for the one stream per month. Mate, we had a 2-week break. So we come here, we'd figure out our mission. I kind of really like this process. This process is quite nice. It's working. Anytime we meet an NPC, we roll up other any missions. You've met a local who has offered you one mission. Okay, what's the mission? Never forget, never forgive. Excuse me. So, I think from my perspective, I just need to sit down and go through the missions. Like, there's Moby Glass missions in here. Like, You're Not the Boss of Me allows me to choose any here. You're Not the Boss of Me, accept any Moby Glass mission. And then there's specific Moby Glass missions in here for accepting a bounty hunter contract from the Moby Glass. And this mission's not added to the quest log. I mean, mining is a bit mind-numbing after a while. It's a shame to lose everything for a silly mistake. But now, Ren, you've learnt, man. This is the thing about Star Citizen. Is the game doesn't exactly work as you'd expect it to work. You've got to work your way through the loopholes. And once you understand the loopholes, the game can be super fun. But until it's kind of like everyone has to go through this. Once you've figured out, okay, that's not a loophole, that's just a basic fuck up, and the game's screwing me over, I've got to do it like this, then you know, you won't make that mistake again. Unless the game just glitches out and just is a pain in the ass for no reason. That sucks, Ren. I'm sorry for you, man. It is a bit mind-numbing after a while. Your SC badge of horror. Oh, Glutrino. So I'm quite happy with the way that this quest system works. Why am I looking to change things? So what I have added in here, as we put in the notes before, I need to go through, write out the missions, give them a little bit more of a descriptor, maybe go through and add in, you know, the quest. So this is the task, right? You know, deliver 5 burritos and 5 juices to the mission location and store it in the loot box. Sometimes it's not possible to store in a loot box, so we just chuck stuff on the ground. And that's fine, it works. But from the perspective of spicing it up a little bit, you know, we can add that in there. Ever had a
burrito on the edge of a canyon watching the Daymar rally? Neither have I, but I sure would like to. Any chance you've got the time to bring me some chili burritos and some fresh juice? 3 of each would be legendary.
So we can chain things together. Acorn, how are you, my friend? Did you GPT that? No. I've got some credits for you when you get back with my goodies. But I'm sure if you visit my... So this is chaining in another mission, right? Actually, what we need here is to get the intonation in the voice correctly. I'm pretty sure we need a semicolon.
I apologize for interrupting, Commander. YouTube is broadcasting a subscriber alert.
Thank you, user 596 for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to After Dark.
Thank you, Uzi. Thanks for the subscribing on YouTube, my friend.
Ever had a burrito on the edge of a canyon watching the Daymar rally? Neither have I, but I sure would like to. Any chance you've got the time to bring me some chili burritos and some fresh juice? 3 of each would be legendary. I've got some credits for you and get back with my goodies. But I'm sure if you visit my cousin at Orison, they have the best burritos. He'd have some other work for you.
So now, if we chain in missions like this, we can get the burritos, but this unlocks another mission. And so when we get back to Orison, or if we're at Orison and we're buying the burritos there, we could roll up another mission. So what we're doing here, Acorn, is we're getting a little bit more crazy. You got someone on Discord who has found loads of Janelite in the past week. Ooh. When you get back, that's your level of English. Yeah, I know. When you get back, what if we put in when you get back? I wonder if we can write with, you know, accent in here. I think Orison would have the best burritos. I really do. Orison has all the best food. So what we're talking about is just like fleshing out the Life Uncharted quests and, you know, giving them a little bit more depth, a little bit more character, and, you know, adding in, you know, the NPC, you know, voiced sort of side quests by using naturalreaders.com. This is probably the best text-to-voice engine that I've seen. There is an AI section here, but I'm not exactly sure how, you know, we could have a conversation with this.
I understand, and I'm here to help sort that out for you. Let's go through the details together, and we'll have it taken care of in no time. Anyway, so I've only just started playing around with this today, but in terms of, you know, getting
these missions and stuff fleshed out. I'm quite happy with them. I added in the quest points here. What did I add the quest points in for? I think for opportunities and achievements and opportunities. Tasks, quests, errands, quest points, 5. I added in the quest points. I think it's a way of sort of like building credits. So I can finish missions and get paid for them. But then the more missions I finish, you know, I'm slowly building up credits. And then I can use those credits to cash in on different opportunities or different achievements, which I want to add more of these and flesh these out too. I think I spoke about this last time. Like this one here, achievements. You know, I added in, I started working on this and then got sidetracked by something. I can unlock an achievement called Tradesman, which unlocks mining sessions. How do I do that? I'm not sure. I probably started thinking about, you know, I need some sort of quest points, something like that. Body acquisition missions for Grimex. Maybe it had something to do with the errands. Oh, I can't quite remember. That was your idea, Acorn. Oh, Area 18 would have the best street food. True. You have to choose between me and Moz, Meta? Mate, how's Moz? What's he up to? Bit of Star Citizen or some KCD? Or... No loot boxes here. Did some hole mining. Too much of a coward to try the hole mining at the moment. You defended the hole tonight from these two guys. First, they were in an A1 and you shot them down. They returned in a Hornet and an A2. I killed the Hornet, then shot the bomb as it left the A2, blowing it up. Amazing. Oh no. Oh no! The ship is too close to the pad. I can't get access to the button. Amazing! Yeah, spawn a snub ship and land on top of it. Yeah, I think that's it. I was just thinking maybe there's another ship that I can get access to get on top. Oh no, what's happened? Alright, is there a vehicle bay here? There should be, right? Let's have a look. Right, now we're in one of those crouch moments that I was talking to Ren about before. Now we're in a situation where we go into full survival mode. I don't know if there's a vehicle pad here. That kind of looks like a vehicle pad, or is that just the other pad? This is the other pad that we were on before. There were plenty of ships around before, but then again, there were lots of people around before, so those ships probably belong to those people. Okay, so this Rayari research outpost, does it have vehicle hangars? Obviously, we can't shoot open any doors. What? Open storage. I don't think there's a vehicle bay here. I don't think that there's a vehicle bay here. Go to the local map. Okay, let's have a look. So this is the pad we're on. Is he pushing the ship out of the way? Let's go! I think he moved it a little bit. Can we get access to the button? We can't. Yeah, there's no vehicle pad here. Here's the one pad. Here's the other pad. No. That means I've got to go to global chat. Oh, I can't stand global chat. I don't think my VoIP works, Glutrina, because of freaking voice attack and, you know, my microphone. I don't know which freaking one it is. Oh God!
Hold up, wait, put him hands down. RPG Chan 68, fired up with $8.18 super chat. Thank you for your support. Reverse adventures from down under. Nice.
Go all the way, you know where you fall. Thank you for the super chat. You're a legend, RPG fan. Amazing! You muppet! Yeah, I ran off the wrong side of the ramp. I couldn't see the ship. This guy went to the airport. Yep. Balrogs, how are you, Matt, my friend? Yes, it is live. Class understood, girl. let's go. Actually, hang on. First, before we go. Alright, so what's happening? You've been doing lots of cargo Balrogs? Oh, man. Alright, let's go. I love it. These are the sorts of adventures. I don't normally like to get involved in global, but, you know, it worked out. It worked out. Let's get out of here. Let's go find something useful to do, given that we can't use the freight elevators here. You know what would be real nice right about now? Bit of brown water. So although I could have just backspaced, no, we don't. Rhino, how long have you watched me for, man? You know I don't backspace, man. We don't backspace here, dude. Never. Never. Actually, I shouldn't say never. Because I have backspaced a few times, but... No. Man, you've been with me on streams where we've traveled on foot for 2 hours through the desert, carrying a fucking rock with a tractor beam to try and get off the moon. Space. What are we talking about here? We don't pick on Germans in this chat. We pick on a we pick on a single Indian. See, Glutrina remembers Escape from Daymar. Gonna pick on Crouch. You admire my dogged determination to do crazy long-winded things in a video game too much. It's too much fun, man. How did we go to 45 hauling contracts? We had like 20 before. This is unnecessary amount of haulage. Alright. Speaking of burritos, is Wicklow very hungry? It doesn't look like he's very hungry. Could have used a new t-shirt. I'm really disappointed about these freaking missions, right? So what does it say about Ranterdung? What are we doing? Are we in cruise control? Are we going somewhere? We are. Okay, cool. What does it say about Ranterdung in our Forager's Guide to Stanton? Maru Ebony? I've never... Golden Medmans! Golden Medmans? Golden Medmans? First notable for the fruit it produces, the curiously shaped Golden Medman, the Maru Ebony tree was first cultivated on Jarland. When they are harvested, golden medmans are extremely firm and astringent with tough orange skin. They only become palatable if allowed to soften through ethylene ripening, after which they take on a flavor similar to caramel and develop a creamy consistency. At this point, the yellow-orange skin becomes wrinkled and dark, which sometimes lead those unfamiliar with the fruit to mistakenly dismiss it as rotten. The amount of people feeding Wicklow burritos and pop would make him so fat and explode like that character in Monty Python's The Meaning of Rice. Gaga doesn't stay what? Also, cargo doesn't stay slow sticky to ship cargo grid anymore when you use the Atlas to fast pull it off. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, Balrogs. You gotta try that once again, my friend. Cargo doesn't stay slow sticky to ship cargo grid anymore when you use the Atlas to fast pull it off. Mr. Creosote. Alright, so we're looking at Rantadung here, right? What does it say about Rantadung in here? Stone bugs, sunset berry bush. Can be identified by its lovely red berries, which we found some sunset berry bushes, but they're not harvestable. Rota, Patambu, After the Woods. I don't think it's going to have anything in here about Rantadung. I'm really disappointed, man. You know, I'd like to go to Ariel, for example, the deserts of Ariel. While the Degnius root and Prota grow on Ariel, we advise caution when moving about this moon's deserts, as even vibrations from an Atlas suit can attract a Valakar. The defunct Hathor group notoriously abandoned several mining facilities in the area because operating their equipment summoned Valakars in significant numbers. When cargo was on the ship's grid, it came off slowly. Not the zippy fast pull for the Atlas. Now it's fast. Okay. Gotta do some more hauling. So again, Rantadung, I'm pretty sure we're only going to be able to find these in caves. But given at the moment there are no missions for investigations, getting to the caves is a matter of, looking things up. And, navigating there manually. Using something like, Verse Guide or something like that. Moicenary contracts. Urgent boarding action in progress. Oh god, that means we've got to fight a couple of cave bounty missions, Rhino. Ooh. Did I see today's message of the day about surface minables being fixed? Let's have a look. News updates. We're currently putting together multiple fixes for surface minables, cargo grids getting locked, and client crash fixes for some limited testing over the weekend. Client crash fixes would utilize the hotfix channel to connect to live. If the fixes hold up, we are looking to expand these out early next week. Interesting. Okay, so Rhino mentions a very good point. Cave bounty missions. Where the hell are we? Is that a course for Hurston? Acknowledged. RPG fan, after watching you on the weekend, I bought an in-game Nomad for 1.5 mil. It's very fun. The Nomad's such a wonderful ship. It is such a wonderful ship. Balrogs, you love the Nomad? It's a wonderful ship to fly. I should say it's a wonderful ship to fly. Put a proper weapon rack in it and give us some internal storage that actually works, and then it would be a wonderful ship. Most of the ships that I have issues with come down to the weapon rack. Simply because of my playstyle. Oh god, it's going to be so nice when we can insure a ship and its contents. Outfit a ship, put weapons in the weapon racks, pistols, tools, all that sort of stuff. Chuck some stuff and some clothes in your locker, and just say insure my ship and its contents, please. Anything in the weapon racks, anything in the lockers, just, you know, and that's it. Don't worry about the cargo grid. I understand that that's a whole other ball game. But in my racks or in my lockers, ensure all of that stuff so that I can prep a ship and then go off on adventures. And if I end up in strife, then I can say, okay, I'm happy to pay my claim, happy to pay my excess on my insurance, and did my super fund get hacked yesterday? I don't think so. Why would my super fund get hacked? The Zeus Mark II has a decent weapon racks. It does indeed. There are a few caught up in the hack. What, super funds? I have my own super fund. I have a self-managed super fund. The only person in control of my super is me, man. There it is. My addiction liquid. Yeah, I can't remember what I was talking about. Alright, we're going to go to Hurston. As Rhino mentioned very validly, that we can get access to caves using the bounty missions. But to do that, I might need to level up my Purge Quirtler. What's it called? My reputation. Man, some people lost over 500k. That sucks, man. That's brutal. Man, there's been so much of this going on over the last couple of years. Excuse me, cyber attacks on, you know, big institutions here. From our telcos. It's just out of control, man. Out of control. Alrighty. We're back in our home area. Contracts. Okay, let's just untrack these things for the time being. So bounty hunter contracts, we might need to redo our certifications. Mercenary contracts for Foxwell. Yellow level contracts for ships under attack. Neutralize the outlaw incursion. Oh, these are the distribution missions. Oh, lovely. Elusive bounty. Okay, this is over at Farnsway. That's one of the distribution centers. Exterior Zone 2. Oh, they're always good fun. Evict some illegal occupants over at HDSF Hobart. I think we might need to do this. Last seen at a cave on Hurston. Okay, well let's do this one. Hopefully we get this in the daylight. Because if we do, we might be able to locate the cave. You get more chances of finding Janelite when doing bounty cave missions in Hurston Planetary area. Ooh. Alright, let's go find this dude. I don't think we're going to be able to quantum jump to this cave. 1.4, so we can go to Rufus. Oh, it's going to be... Oh, is it going to be light over there? I think it's going to be light! Let's go. Because if we can kill this bounty and find the cave, then we can go in there for a little bit of a wander around. Which is kind of pointless because I don't have a hand mining tool. Yes, I do! And it's dark. Of course it's dark. Of course it's dark. Why would it be light? Why? Why would it be light? That doesn't make any sense. I can quantum jump to this dude's location? Are you out of control? When did they add this? Alright, so I don't think we're going to be able to find this cave. Every time I've done one of these freaking missions, it's always been at night time and we've never been able to find the cave. But that's alright. As long as we kill this dude, it's going to unlock the bounty hunter missions for us. And, I guess we're not terribly nimble anyway, so I guess if we just float around, put our shields to max, depending on what he's in, is not going to be able to do much to us. I can't wait until freaking caves can appear on our scanner, man. "23 shots, hey?" No in-person sitcon in 2025. Something just came through on the Discord under official news updates. Lock target.
Of course, Commander.
What are we supposed to do here, ladies and gentlemen? Activate the Toby. I mean, all we can really do is just sit here. Take hits. Oh, the guns aren't working. Why am I having this issue? This happened last time we were trying to do bounty missions. Lock target. This is the dude we need to kill. My guns don't auto fire. I've got to, like a semi-auto, I've got to keep clicking the trigger. Like I just can't let off a stream of shots. Why? Why? There's not much these guys can do to me in terms of my shields. So we can just sit here and take shots from these guys all day, but I'd love to know why I freaking can't just shoot. It's so silly. My top left cast is switching between modes. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Why is it doing that? Got a dodgy keybind probably, yeah. Ray thinks, how are you? Be happy I'm not on the ground with my Centurion or my Storm AA. Oh man, we were a sitting duck right here. Okay, so there's some dodgy keybind. Okay. Okay, so when I hold my trigger, it switches to my MFD, right? So when I'm on this screen, my guns fire until it switches screens. And then I've got to switch back. Okay, so that's why, okay. Okay. So now we got to figure out why or what keybind is switching the MFDs. Lock target.
Acknowledged.
Okay, we kind of need to be able to do that to fight these guys properly. Alright, let's just maximize our shields. Alright, let's jump into our keybinds. There's not much these guys can do to us. Weapons. Weapon fire preset. No, don't. And this, whatever this button 24 on input for, man, I've really just got to unplug everything. Vehicles. Ground vehicle, movement boost, on foot, all sprint, vehicles mining, fire mining laser toggle. Didn't have anything to do with the MFDs. Still switches the MFD. Keep shooting, fellas. Keep shooting. Multifunction displays. It's nothing. Nothing. Mouse keyboard. Left Alt and E, left Alt and Q. Does it try mother effing displays? Where's mother effing displays? Mother effing displays. Mother effing displays. Nope, can't find it. Yeah, there's nothing set under MFDs on my sticks, so how weird is that? Okay, it's not happening at the moment. Has it got something to do with my Toby? Okay, if I just look straight ahead, hold the trigger, it switches. Then I hold my trigger, and it switches. Okay, let's turn the Toby off. No. What the fuck, man? Lock target.
Of course, Commander.
Target lock.
Certainly, Commander.
Dude! Rude. What do we do, people? What do we do? Thank you, by the way, to whoever pointed that out, because I hadn't noticed. But that is the problem. Yeah, we're gonna have to unplug everything and sort it all out, hey? There's no way I can fight these guys like this. Hey, sitting here in this ship is gonna be trouble. Whoa, 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 whoa. But B, if my guns keep switching like that... Where is this guy? This is so ridiculous. All of this to find some freaking caves, man. Where's our target, man? Alright, it's getting spicy. It's so weird. You think it's changing my firing group, Rhino? All I can hope for is that this guy rams me and then explodes. He's already tried once. Thrilling content, ladies and gentlemen. Probably one of the best fighter pilots in the game. Sounds like something loose in the engine bay. Alright. We'll fill them all in. I don't think that's the problem. So we could sit here and take a beating all night, or we could just bail and try and figure something out. But I guess, you know, given that we could take this beating all night and still figure things out, it probably makes sense just to take the beating and figure things out. Yeah, it's definitely a keybind issue. But there's nothing set under the MFDs for any of my buttons on either of my sticks, right? And when we tried to rebind the trigger, it didn't mention anything Yeah, let's get rid of those. This still switches my MFDs. Enable coupled mode, enable cruise mode, enable gravity compensation. Gunnery. HUD. Enable MFD cast. Advanced HUD SCM nav labels. How very, very weird. Alright. Things seem to have... If we stay on this screen here... Lock target.
Acknowledged.
God damn it! It's so weird. No. No idea. No idea. CT, you've been watching for a while, so I got to run. Got to leave it on for the hours. Looking forward to Sunday for sure. Another episode of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. R.G. Hurston. I have no idea what to do, ladies and gentlemen, because we can't fight like this. Now I can't find my weapons at all. This input 4 we're gonna have to sit down at some stage and just rebind everything. I've said that a couple of times now. Alright, rebinding to my left stick seems to have certainly helped the situation. So something to do with button 1, which is causing some problems. We just need to kill this dude, man. And then this should hopefully unlock entrenched bounties in the caves and stuff. Maximum power to weapons. I can't remember what the command is. We just plug slowly away at this here dude. Dutchman, my friend, congratulations, buddy! Congratulations, how exciting! Congratulations to you and the Shield Maiden. Hope you're getting some sleep, mate. Alright, that's that dude taken care of. Where's your pesky friend gone? All right. Let me deal with this guy and then we'll get back to the chat. Target.
Certainly, Commander.
Not exactly in the best dogfighting ship. I think this is going to take us a little time to punch through. What's he in? A prospector. You're doing well, tired but well. Mate, how exciting. Lovely little bubba. A co-pilot. A wingman. Oh, this is tedious. All I want to do is find some caves, damn it. It's so close. So close to saying goodnight. This is when we crash into the ground, folks, although I am not trying to move around a great deal. Full power to weapons?
Certainly, Commander.
Pretty sure we already have full power to our weapons, but... Oh my god! Meta's probably gone. Good night, Meta. Thanks, mate. She's here with you and she heard it. She's laughing. Well, congratulations to you both, mate. It was so wonderful. Don't like the music, though? I need a smaller ship with a huge panic button. Alright. Good night, Meta. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Have a good sleep, buddy. Have a good sleep. Alright, so we've got 0 chances of finding that cave. But luckily, well, hopefully, it has now unlocked the bounty hunting missions that will take us to caves. Yellow level ship contracts, that's not what we want. This guy's at Barnesway. So I guess we're just going to have to keep an eye out over time for the contracts to appear here for bounty hunter missions. Repair some comrays. Verified bounty. Kwan Rahman. Very low risk target, single-seater craft, minimal support. They have several known associates with criminal records, so they may not be alone, so arm up and exercise caution when engaging. Alright, so the format of the bounty contracts has changed a little bit. You've got no cave contracts either, Rhino. You're going to get some well-needed sleep, Dutchman. Well, thank you, buddy, for popping in. It's wonderful to see you, and congratulations once again to you and the Shield Maiden. It's fantastic news, mate. Alright, at least we know that there's... At least we know that my right trigger is doing something weird. You know what it's doing? It's so weird. What is it under? It's not under cockpit. It's changing the mode. It's changing my mode. Toggle scanning operator mode. Next operator mode, button 6 on input 5. That's my left stick. Toggle missile operator mode, button 26. But it's not assigned to anything. Whoops. That's it. So my triggers are 2 stages, right? So I can press the trigger, but then if I pull it a little harder, like sometimes I do when I'm fighting, because the ship's moving around and stuff, it activates the second button. So now... Amazing. Because they're 2-stage triggers, if we go back into weapons and we reset this to this button here, no stupid that input for. Right. Button 1 on input 2. And we go into gun mode. Now it doesn't matter how hard I squeeze that trigger, and if I squeeze it into button 2, it still fires. Yeah. Wow, that was an effort. That was an effort. We're done, ladies and gentlemen. We've figured that out. Whereabouts are we? Freaking 7 hours and 40 minutes, man. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Unplug all of these freaking devices. Steering wheels and bloody keypad Taurus little things. Flight controls, yokes, bloody gear shifts, pedals. Let's just unplug everything. I've got to figure out my... Let's turn that bloody Toby off. I've got to figure out my cable management to make it easier to plug things in and unplug things so that when I'm playing, you know, I can just plug in, you know, if I'm, you know, getting out in some Euro Truck Simulator, I can unplug my sticks and plug in my my steering wheel and my pedals and my gear shifter and all that sort of stuff. Or if I'm playing Star Citizen, then I can unplug that stuff and plug in my sticks. If I'm flying around in Flight Simulator, I can unplug my sticks and plug in my yoke and my controls and stuff. Frickin' hell, man. It's been an absolutely wonderful stream. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined me, who's been hanging out with me, who's been putting up with the nonsense. Let's head on home. I guess we're in the Carrack and we're always home. But I'd like to return back to the base. Get the next vessel sorted out. In the meantime, there will probably be no stream tonight. Like I said, I have to, I've got a shift. I don't normally work on the weekends, but I've got a shift tonight. So we'll be back on Sunday, tomorrow night, for an episode of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. I've still got a couple of hours before I can climb into my own bed, thanks to the Crumpet spending the night. So I might chill out for a little bit, put a movie on, and play with the Life Uncharted rule set for a little bit. Maybe I'll go through using that real natural voices or whatever it was called. And maybe put together a few little scripted stories that we can play through with Argo. Actually, I might log on to Argo's account now and just make sure that everything's working, get him squared away and situated. Maybe clean up his account a little bit. I'm sure a whole bunch of stuff has been moved back into his home inventory, or will be when I haven't logged into his account for months. So we'll sort all of that out. It's been absolutely wonderful having you here with me. Thanks for putting in the long stream today, Crouch. Gunslinger, well, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to everyone who's been chilling out on YouTube with me. Thank you for the 8 likes over there on YouTube. Thank you to everyone who's followed over on Twitch tonight. It's been fantastic. Thank you to the people who have resubbed over on Twitch. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've reached our subscriber goal of 290, not just once but twice, which does mean somebody unfollowed. But that's what happens, my friends, in the world of live content. People pop in and people leave. RPG fan, you highly recommend the Flexi Spot Pro Standing Desk E5. I just got it 2 days ago. One punch it. Excuse me, saying for me button. Oh boy. And bam, the table goes to standing, and then another to sitting. You had a great time watching. Well, thank you so much. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
It's nice in these extra large hangars. You always know where it is. It's the same hangar. Pretty much every time. Thank you, Glutrino. I wish you the best as well, mate. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. For most of you watching, it's probably probably Friday morning? Friday afternoon, maybe? I hope whatever you get up to, you have a wonderful weekend. You fell asleep, Skeet? Well, thank you for having the stream running in the background. Look at this dude chilling out in his Carrack. What a wonderful adventure. We got a bunch of the Rayari stuff done. Disappointed we couldn't find in the beginning the harvestables. I'm really of the opinion that they're just collectibles. We're going to have to find those along the way in the loot crates until we actually get reliable mechanisms for going out into the wilderness to find harvestable things. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. I shall catch everybody on Sunday, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Oh my god, daylight savings tomorrow. I'm going to lose an hour. Ah, frick. For an episode of Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Until then, I shall catch it. Okay, yeah, I'm done. I'll catch you next time. See you later. Bye-bye.